philosophers and theologians would have had, those would have been lower paid, lower educated workers who are now being hired to do.
So if the ability to pull 33,000 foot-pounds a lake was the mechanical essence of the word, maybe the ability to add and subtract is the mechanical essence of the mind. And there's a story about the Chinese human computer model, and that is that it was made of hairdressers.
That's a surprise, hairdressers?
Yeah, so this is a colorful story told over the years. The truth is untold, but so under the monarchy, there's huge demand for hairdressers all the time. All those rich people in the Then the revolution comes along, and the monarchy will aristocracy will return. There are masses of unemployed hairdressers. There's just not so much hair to do. Or hairdressers to put wigs on. And so the economy needs people to do the pluses and minuses. Hey, let's hire all the hairdressers, and there you go. You have a computer-made hairdresser. It's a bit of a tall tale, but it represents a couple of things. Neither of them though kind of the hairdressing industry. But one is, this is when boring, rote computation work becomes seen as women's work. It's a view that lasts up to the 1960s. But also because it's work that not anyone can do. Thinking has been abstracted from the brain and the mind, removed from its material specificity and broken down into easy, repetitive tasks and mechanized. Still, not mechanized enough for some.
So there's a really famous quote from the saying that it's true, but famous here, particularly in the language of the quote from backwards, looking at like those tables of
just to show you this continuity of thought from Babbage to today, let me play you some research. Okay. And this is from the Joe Rogan.
You've got 20 AI bots that are all as good as the best programmer in the world that are doing exactly what we tell them to do on every project you want to know what to do. And they're running 24/7. And the only thing you have to do is be there every 10 minutes to be able to get some feedback on what they're doing.
Oh my God. So this is Mark Andreessen, inventor, software engineer, venture capitalist, something of an analog to Babbage today, maybe. He's also on U.S. President Trump's Council of Advisors on Science and Technology. So here's him briefly explaining to Joe Rogan, as a business owner, the benefits of artificial intelligence.
You tell a normal person, you hire somebody here and you tell them you want a screen display and you want it to be an animated version of your thing you got back here. Okay, they spend 2 weeks doing it, they bring in somebody to animate it. It's like, okay, that's pretty good, but actually not the whole thing they do, whatever, put them in the brain, and they spend a week doing that and they come back and you're like, I actually prefer the old version. The guy gets like pissed at you because it's like, I just wasted my time. The bot's like, no problem. No sweat, like whatever you want, right? And by the way, never gets drunk. Never gets sick, never gets high. Right. Never gets depressed because his girlfriend broke up with him. Never files HR complaints. Right.
Mark Andreessen is speaking on the Joe Rogan.
Perfect intelligence is just rational deduction without all of that human getting in the way. And I've always thought, how really it is at some profound level to be told that what you are fundamentally at some level is a huge problem that needs to be solved in the workplace, in decision making, and that we can only be as good as workers or knowers as we can be inhuman and suppress all of those facets about us. But to a large extent, that is what the history of industrialization, scientific management, and ultimately artificial intelligence are born from, is this desire to generalize away all of these remarkable things about human beings and the ways we work and learn and know. And it's a fascinating story that's born out of this moment of abstraction and generalization across really messy material realities.
There's another part of this story, and that is, it seems that whenever we invent a new thing, we compare ourselves to that thing. The idea that maybe humans are not thinking is part of a long trend of human thinking. Technology gives us new ways to think about humanity. In the ancient world, philosophers reached for the most sophisticated technology they knew. Pulleys, levers, and wheels, and found a new language for the body.
I really think it goes all the way back as far as you want to go. I mean, I think you find that in antiquity, you find it throughout the modern period. So I think it goes all the way back, and our current sort of machinery that we return to is information machinery, but that's pretty recent.
This is Jessica Bispa. She is a historian of science at Stanford University in California. She's the author of the books The Power of Life and The Restless Clock, both of which examine in a child a recurring metaphor in science academia and on public that life can be explained mechanically.
The people have always tried to understand chemical systems and energy, artificial ones,
There's a term for this, and it's called the mechanistic worldview. And a really good example is, in the 1600s in Europe, clocks start becoming commonplace household items. And before you know it, we're made of clockwork.
So Descartes, 17th century French philosopher, he sort of declared that as the right methodology for philosophy, and that we should try to understand the natural world and the cosmos simultaneously trying to understand the cosmos. That is, moving parts, material moving parts that we can analyze, and to see how they work and how they are dynamic. And that represents how we can totally understand. And so I think that it's totally in the modern day, we don't have a lot to do with it. We really, really understand there are no we don't have to assume any earthquake forces or any kind of mysteries. We know what the parts look like, and we can take them apart, look at them, put them back together, and so that's the model. And I'm excited about that going on.
Machines are everything. We can understand any program, passing, memory, and imagination of messy concepts. But if you can reduce them to some kind of mechanical metaphor, perhaps they will understand them.
These functions, including passion, memory, and imagination, follow from the mere arrangement of the machine's organs, every bit as naturally as the movements of a clock.
And Descartes wasn't just using machines as examples. He argued that at its core, the human body is a machine. And after the clock, the factory, the steam engine, in the late 19th century, the telephone. And all of a sudden, philosophers and scientists found a new understanding of the mind. Lives have often not unfavorably been compared to telegraph lines. According to the different kinds of apparatuses which they provide for transmission, we can send telegraphic dispatches, ring bells, leave messages, and so on. In the early 20th century, the telephone replaces the telegraph, and now the brain is a switchboard.
The brain is no more than a kind of central telephonic exchange. Its purpose is to allow communication. It really constitutes a center where the elements get into relation with this or that mechanism.
And naturally, now that we live in a world of powerful computers and artificial intelligence, we have a brand new metaphor. Maybe our minds are like artificial intelligence. One of Liston's students recently asked her, how does he know his brain doesn't work just like ChatGPT?
He did. Yes, he did say that. And yet, I don't know, I was shocked in a lot of cases that you're really, you really got to stop. That's the difference between you and ChatGPT, is that you have really that. And you know, you can't speculate to deny that it exists because we can't explain how it works seems to me to be kind of crazy. And to acknowledge that something exists that we don't fully understand how it works is not, to me, a kind of mystical departure from science. It's, right? I mean, to accept that there are limits to our science is not to become a mystic. So it just seems crazy to deny the existence of anything we don't understand.
There's a little problem here. Remember, progress relied on reducing a horse and all its organic messages to simply a machine for moving 33,000 foot-tons a minute. Good for factory owners, good for consumers, probably good for horses too. Reducing the human to clocks, and telegraphs, and switchboards was useful. It helped scientists develop working models of the body and mind. But all of those models left something. And before artificial intelligence is everything, embedded in everything, maybe we need to ask, what if there's more to intelligence than just repeat command?
Right, I mean, it's a little bit like the old parable of the person who was kind of lamppost was keys because that's where the light is. You know? I mean, it's true that that's intelligible, but it doesn't necessarily.
CBC.ca/ideas. Local effort leadership podcasts. This is Ideas. I am Laura. We're calling this episode 33,000 and the machines we think we are. From producer Matthew Mazzarella. Hello, Matthew.
I know.
So we've gone from the horse is a number to the word as a thought to the brain is a switchboard, and maybe on anything. What do you think next?
I want to look a little bit more at computer science. So as you mentioned, we started with the idea that a horse can be abstracted into a machine for pulling 33,000 foot-pounds a minute. And then maybe you could abstract further into something very simple, like a machine for doing pluses and minuses. Well, in the mid-20th century, just at the dawn of computers as we sort of know them today, another idea came about, which is maybe you can reduce enormously complex parts of life and society and politics into machine terms as well. And to set the scene, I'm going to throw another number at you here. 99. This is the song 99 Zig Lift Balloons.
Also known as 99 Red Balloons.
Yes, from 1983, and the West German band Nena, one of many, believe it or not, new wave dance songs about nuclear anxiety during the Cold War.
Right, and in the song, balloons set off a nuclear apocalypse.
Yeah, so the song is about some people mind their own business, playing with some helium balloons. They let them go, and off they fly into the sky. But uh-oh, some radar system picks them up and determines, oh no, an enemy is attacking. And here's the follow from the English. So this whole automated system kicks in when pre-made plans are set in motion and planes are launched and bombs are dropped and the whole world is destroyed.
All because of some lengthy news.
Yeah, so then it's mathematics and the song ends with bombers and red balloons and hits. Systems, but strategic and diplomatic and intelligence systems.
It is in that context at that moment that the first so-called artificial intelligence program is developed.
Here's SFU historian of mathematics and AI, Stephanie.
I can talk about this maybe most concretely in terms of mutually assured destruction. You won't bomb me because I'll bomb you, and neither of us can handle the consequences of that. But in practice, mutually assured destruction is really complicated. If you are going to reliably retaliate against a nuclear attack, you have to either know that it's going to happen or be able to respond after it happens. You need to know where all of your enemy's nuclear resources are so that you can monitor them and be able to give an order to retaliate after you've been struck, which means you need communications infrastructure in place, you need military decision-making in place. And there is a lot of concern that the weak link in that entire network or system of safety and support and surveillance and decision-making were the people, and that we might not be able to respond fast enough or clear-headed enough. You might not be able to process enough information in order to be trusted with the maintenance of safety in this nuclear world. A lot of defense research in the post-war period are sort of, it's like a laboratory for trying to feel in control of an uncertain future, and so many of those approaches to research and planning and decision-making involve abstracting intelligence, judgment, decisions away from their messy human and material realities in order to be something like horsepower that we feel like we can get a handle on and optimize and manage in rational ways.
A perfect intelligence, the one that doesn't get scared, get angry, or panic, or fatigue. And in the 1950s, a lot of this research comes together at a place called the RAND Corporation. And that's a think tank born out of the U.S. Air Force to try and predict the nature of future warfare from an abstract mathematical perspective. And the idea was, if you want to build a replacement for human decision-making, you need a model of how humans make decisions.
There were two men there, Alan Newell and Herbert Simon, who are two of the largest names in early artificial intelligence, and they were both working at RAND in the 1950s, and they proposed that the mind and the computer were both what they called symbolic information processing systems. So for them, both the computer and the mind takes symbolic information as input, so like words, numbers, pictures of the world, representations of things. And then in the mind, according to them, we manipulate that symbolic information according to a set of rules. They were insistent that human thinking is a rule-bound exercise, and that when we do intelligent behavior, like solving math problems or formulating a judgment or making an evidence-based decision of some kind, could be represented as rules for the manipulation of symbolic information.
This is the computer metaphor formalized. The mind and the computer have the same sort of rules.
And then more than that, they said if we can write those rules down and make them explicit, and you can figure out what are the rules for symbolic information processing that a human is engaging in when they make a medical diagnosis or write a story or, interpret the Bible or whatever it is we're doing. If we can write down the sequence of basic symbolic information processing that are involved, we would have a program that describes the human behavior and that could be run on a computer such that it would produce that same intelligent behavior in the same way.
And Mikey, did it work? Did they write that human decision-making program?
They did, in a sense, and it's a pretty cute story.
Herbert Simon sort of really famously said that he and Alan Newell wrote a computer program that was intelligent in terms of movement, that he simulated information using his family. So he had his kids, his wife, sort of holding little pieces of paper and moving to different positions to sort of simulate the symbolic information processing that Newell and Simon believed constituted logical theorem proving, which was the first program that they developed. So here are these two guys, they're in the middle of this whole crucible of anxiety, control sciences, this desire to abstract away from the messy and uncontrollable, scary world, and it's an erasure of the human from the question of intelligence in that moment, which I find so fascinating and so in keeping with the same move of horsepower to see if we can imagine work as something that can be carried out not by horses and carts, but by anything, any hybrid mix of human, animal, machine can carry out work. Similarly, any mix of human, animal, machine, child, paper, bucket could be intelligent so long as it was capable of doing the appropriate abstract symbolic information processing operations.
So listening to this from the present standpoint, it's hard not to ask this question, which is, did Newell and Simon create a kind of artificial intelligence?
Yes and no. So to be clear, their work was groundbreaking. The programs they went on to build proved mathematical theorems that had gone unproven. Humans, they helped show that computers could be treated as machines for reasoning, not just calculation. There was a complete level of human intelligence that didn't scale resisting
Some people start to say maybe the path to intelligence in machines doesn't go through us. Perhaps our own intelligence is resistant to this type of abstract rule-bound automation. And in my academic work, I studied a lot of these critics who just reject the rejection of human messiness. And we are not intelligent in spite of being tired or upset or angry or hungry or wrong or irrational or religious or superstitious. Or what is our intelligence is a product. It's negotiating through those rational and irrational, through those, tired and awake, excited and angry. Maybe it's the dichotomy in us and the navigation of all these facets of the human condition that leads to our intelligence. And if that's true, then any attempt to distill knowledge or thinking into some kind of rule-bound, general, abstract procedure that we can sort of carry out instead of us, we would fail to capture us at all.
So now, as successful as their work was, in a sense, they were doing what had been done for hundreds of years, approaching the latest technological marvel and trying to use it to capture the essence of human experience.
Right, just like the telephone.
Right, so in the 50s, a computer joins the parade and was arguably still a dominant metaphor for how the mind works. And it's baked into our language even. We have mental processes, right, and cognitive bandwidth. We talk about the brain as if it's the hardware and the mind as if it's the software. And we do it the other way around too. Computers have memory, On the other hand, maybe it gives us the totally wrong impression of what makes us human.
Science training requires metaphors, and so the metaphors really were sort of always the thing I came up against in trying to make sense of the research that I was sharing, that I was trying to answer the responses from other folks. Tell me how can language represent it? Tell me how can language process it?
This is Damien Stephen. He is an associate professor of psychology at the State University of New York. He researches perception and cognition, and once ruffled some feathers by making a blog post comparing those components of the brain not to a computer, but a milkshake.
What I was trying to get at the milkshake was that started with looking at the brain, and it's the brain is probably incredibly stuff. Instead mostly fat, butter, and sugar. And I was perhaps frustrated or exasperated one day, and I said, this does not sound like something that you make a computer out of.
So Kelsey Stephen thinks the computer metaphor for the brain, long popular in academia, and may have hit its limit. The brain is not really a circuit board. We're not constantly calculating. And besides, even things without brains can do some amazing things.
There are these conversations where lots of people will say, when they read or hear about some of the stuff, like, oh yeah, of course, the mind's not a computer. But it's the best way to talk to a lot of people who aren't specialists to help them understand what's going on. It's a wonderful way to start getting people into it. Like, I see it, I feel it, I know it. But it's not hard for all the cultures to go over the sections. Like, that's really how it is. What about this other one? Like, and they start bringing to me the textbook, and they start finding all these sort of like, unquote wires that somebody's diagrams it from this shop without inspiration.
Or you're looking for that wonderful.
Choose the unfavorable every week. They're asking twice as much, and they deliver 3 times more. For those who their bodies need care, Feminex by Daniel is there. A range of natural products designed for every phase. Men are living with SOS period, SOS PMS, and more. Please deserve support. Feminex by
traveling salesperson or salesman.
Quebec brand since 1946. Always read the label and follow
You have to visit, and you have limited gas money or airfare money, and you have to sort of visit all the places and not visit any of them twice, and you have to go back where you started. It's particularly difficult for computers if they don't get either brute force and or good hints.
So imagine you're looking at a map, right, and you've got to deliver a package each to 20 cities and get back to the town you started in. What's the shortest route? And finding a way for computers to quickly find the optimized solution has been a notoriously difficult problem in mathematics and computer science. And the better than the most straightforward way for a computer to do it and guarantee 100% optimal results is a strategy called brute force. Brute force tries every possible combination of routes and then simply picks the shortest one. The problem is, with 20 stops, there are about 60 quadrillion different routes, and that's going to take the computer a very, very, very long time to do. So finding shortcuts and strategies has been a core in computer science, and over time, mathematicians have come up with all sorts of creative ways to limit the amount of work the computer has to do to get them. Now, on the other hand, maybe surprisingly enough, humans are very, very good at this problem, seemingly without doing much work at all.
To me, it does seem surprising. How would computers do it?
Well, it's unknown exactly, but it doesn't seem like we're doing the same things a computer does, even when a computer has shortcuts and hints. So with around 20 stops, research says the average person can quickly draw a route between all the stops and back again, and we can do it with a 1% of optimal. And Kelvin Stephen's point is it doesn't seem like our brains are computing equipment or calculating. We're using systemic, abstract, logical rules. We're just kind of good at thinking about space.
If we're thinking about space with our brains, we're doing it better. And the funny thing is, like, people have this sense that that our brains and our nervous systems are working really fast. And they're actually not. Like, so they're one of the slower systems that we have. They're leaky. They have synapses that sort of lose the momentum. There is the electrical transmission that's very fast and zippy, But then that gets punctuated multiple times by these gaps where there's just neurotransmitters moving between neurons. The computer is much, much faster, and for all that speed, it doesn't optimize a spatial trajectory all that well.
So what makes us better at space than computers?
I mean, we have a body. One label for the kind of work that I do is embodied cognition, and you can find, actually, that amoeba that don't have any neurons inside them because they're unicellular, they can solve mazes very efficiently, and they don't have a brain to speak of. I mean, what they have and what we have is sort of a body that's heavily invested in the rest of the world around it. And it's also, it's a body full of internal texture. So it's not that sort of we are large, inflatable plastic dolls with a brain inside and we can bounce around. There's a lot of stuff that we incorporate through a whole lifetime of exchanges with the world leading up to that moment when we have to solve that trajectory.
Kelsey Stevens' point isn't just that, hey, humans are particularly good at moving around. It's that thinking is often not what we imagine when we describe it in computer terms. Now, there is an argument. Maybe we just don't know enough about the brain yet. Maybe like the watchmaker, if we keep taking it apart and finding the cogs and wheels in smaller and smaller detail, we'll eventually understand the programming. But we're not just a brain in a body like a computer in a case. And maybe the mind isn't bound by the brain at all and includes our feet and our hands and our bodies and our relationship with three-dimensional space. But the way we think is more fluid, more shaky, or in Stephanie Dick's terminology, messy. And in every attempt to make abstract models of the mind, we eventually realize that entirely messy.
And yet, here we are in a world where artificial intelligence is an everyone's phone, people are building relationships with it, people are using it. What about it makes it to succeed at the person who is so that is a big historic shift going on right now. That's what makes modern AI so big revolutionary, because modern AI is trained on a representation of that message. So large language models like LLMs today aren't like those early attacks where they constructed formal rules about human decision. Modern AI makes patterns out of an ocean of messy human language. So here's the proposal.
The hope was, can we just bypass people altogether? What if we don't have to tell the computer what rules to follow in order to be intelligent or to have expertise? What if we just give a whole bunch of data to the computer and let it come up with its own rules to follow for prediction, classification, identifying patterns and correlations from all of this messy data? So on the one hand, contemporary AI is a bit of a capitulation because we had aspired to capture our own intelligence in these abstract ways that could be automated, and it didn't work. We were the bottleneck, and we were so resistant to any kind of this modeling that erases the messiness that might in fact constitute us. But it led instead to this very different paradigm of intelligence as really messy pattern matching.
So that's the twist. Early AI tried to find a logical way of thinking. LLMs are trained on the traces, representations of messy human thinking.
And they blew everyone away, me included. There's no way I would have predicted that a statistical model of language use would have the capacities that LLMs appeared to have. Because LLMs didn't just come away with the ability to converse, they appeared to have like expertise in physics or expertise in medicine or ethical reasoning capability. Like so much seems to be there in our research and we can write all of it. But again, maybe we don't write everything down. We have to ask these questions about what is not reflected in our writing to be learned. And related to our theme, I say all the time, AI has no access to the world. None. All it has access to are are the data that we give it, and that data clearly are powerful and generative and have been able to impart a lot of information, but our data are also always incomplete and partial, and they reflect certain people's values and not others. And so again, LLMs, they represent a different approach to the cultivation of intelligence in machines by producing models of ourselves, giving it all of our expression, and saying, what can you learn about it? What can you learn?
So, Nora, I want to help Stephanie get all of this back to horses, steam, and 33 grams. So bear with me. But what we've done is essentially the same thing. We've come up with an abstract idea of what makes a thing, then used it to replace the thing.
So we came up with an abstract idea of what a horse could do, pull weights, in other words, and used it to replace the horse.
Which was overall a good thing for everyone. And now we've come up with an abstract idea, a recreation of messy human intelligence, and are using it as a stand-in for actual messy human intelligence. When we talk about the risks of AI, mostly we've been talking about who will it displace, who benefits economically, who loses out, how do people find work if robots are doing it all, right? So steam engines replace the horse, and artificial intelligence will replace us. What happens to us? Those are all good concerns, but Dick points to another risk, and that is that like we've done before so many times, we confuse a model of human intelligence with the reality.
Well, I am very concerned about the redefinitions of intelligence that are underway at this moment. And I hope that anyone who looks at the history of AI can recognize right away that intelligence is and has been more than one thing. We've defined so many different intelligences into being throughout history. Intelligence as reasoning, intelligence as knowing, social intelligence, emotional intelligence. And I think the challenge we all face right now is being able to appreciate, recognize, cultivate, and then have relationships between all these different forms of intelligence. But I worry that's not what will happen because it's so alluring to be spared some toil in this burnt-out modernity that I think people will offload a lot of work to the tool.
If the idea is we constantly define ourselves by the machines we create, then intelligence becomes not a messy and fluid human capability, but simply just showing us around. Think of the problem can make LLMs fewer intelligent. They don't constantly, they don't question themselves, they don't become passionate, they don't argue with you. In fact, they tell you how right you are, how good you are, how smart you are. And so what happens to our understanding of intelligence over time? Well, the risk is that we think intelligence should be frictionless, that it should answer quickly, that it should accommodate endlessly and rarely push back.
I really fear the loss of struggle because it's from that struggle that everything that I value in my life has come, and to invite a suite of tools that are designed and explicitly marketed as saving us from struggle, that sounds to me like the design of a really meaningless future as well as a profoundly de-skilled one. I learned something about myself, which is that I don't love to read polished writing from my students. I love to read writing from my students where I see them trying to say something, like they're wrestling with language in trying to articulate an idea that is new to them. And that is the opposite of how LLMs write. The most exciting moments in the history of ideas, I think, are the moments where people are really disagreeing about something. They have a fundamental, disagreement. Policy project or something. And if everyone is deferred to the same kinds of LLMs to support their decision-making, their knowledge production, their learning, their work, I I think a lot of that pluralism gets lost. We shift our attention and understanding towards the tools we use, and if everyone is using the same tools, we're going to lose a lot of the pluralism that I think makes democracy function, that makes knowledge generate, and keeps us on our toes in terms of not settling into autopilot about our lives. Because it's so convenient to not be challenged by the messiness outside.
And that's the importance, I think, Nala, of thinking about the horse, the steam engine, and 33,000. The steam engine doesn't mimic a horse. It mimics an abstraction of what a horse can do. It doesn't model its nature. So the question with AI isn't whether it models something real about intelligence. It clearly does. It finds patterns in our strange human thinking enough to mimic the chaotic way that we communicate. The question is, what happens when we use it, thinking it genuinely captures the messy things that make real human intelligence? Things like disagreement in pursuit of truth, or the good faith push and pull of democracy, right? Those are horse things, not steam engine things. And so we've come up with a model of intelligence, and we seem to have this trend of believing that we are the models, instead of these fluid, living, messy, difficult things that don't fully survive being modeled and abstracted and made mechanical.
Long live struggle.
Long live the messy human struggle.
Thank you so much, Matthew. That was Ideas producer Matthew Rosenbach with 33,000 and the machines we think we are. This episode is part of our ongoing number series. Special thanks to Stephanie Dick, Associate Professor at Simon Fraser University. You can find the full series at cbc.ca/ideas and wherever you get your podcasts. Technical production by Emily Carvezio. Our web producer is Lisa Ayuso. Senior producer Nicola Lishach. Greg Kelly is the executive producer of Ideas, and I'm Nala Brown.
This is CBC Radio 1, 92.5 FM in Pembroke.
This Canada Day, let's celebrate on CBC with special coverage, highlights from events across the country, and wrapping up the day with a giant concert featuring performances by Bare Naked Ladies, Alessia Cara, Beatrice Deer and Sylvia Cloutier, Dominique Fils-Aimé, the Tragically Hip's Paul Antoine, and more, including fireworks lighting up the night sky over the capital. Celebrate your Canada, July 1st, everywhere you get CBC.
The CBC News is next, followed by Q. If you haven't heard of Diljit Dosanjh yet, you will. He's a Punjabi singer and actor who became the first Punjabi artist to play Coachella, to sell out Madison Square Garden. He'll be here to tell you his incredible origin story and break down why his outfit at the Met Gala made so much news around the world.
From CBC News, the North is out, and Mike Miles. We begin with a CBC News exclusive. Prime Minister Mark Carney is expected to announce Friday a long-awaited plan to restore 24 Sussex Drive. CBC News has learned it includes a fundraising campaign to come up with as much money as possible to pay for it. A senior source says Carney's plan will include a design competition allowing Canadian companies to propose how they would make the home a super official residence again. The chosen design is expected to be announced by July 1st, 2027, the senior government source said. Venezuela is in crisis after back-to-back earthquakes. Wednesday evening's quakes were among the strongest there in more than a century. The official number of dead is approaching 200, but is expected to soar into the thousands. As Evan Dyer reports, the disaster is stretching the country already struggling.
William Yett of the U.S. Geological Survey says the location of the two quakes amplified their destructive power.
So, very worrying. We expect it to be very damaging.
USGS modeling gave a 41% probability that there would be more than 10,000 fatalities.
Hay decenas de edificios colapsados.
President Delcy Rodriguez said some of the worst damage appeared to be in coastal La Guaira, which she called a true tragedy. The U.S. government, which has a tense but cooperative relationship with Venezuela's socialist government, offered help.
It'll be big, it'll be fast, and it'll be effective.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio said search and rescue teams in Virginia and California are on the way. Already, though, Venezuelans were looking ahead to a longer-term crisis. Many buildings that didn't collapse are severely cracked and unsafe, a devastating blow to a country where the economy and much of the infrastructure were already in critical condition. Evan Dyer, CBC News, Ottawa.
Canadian Venezuelans are checking in with their families back home. There's a lot of worry about how the country can bounce back given its economic conditions and political turmoil. Stephanie Cran has that story.
After all that we are suffering there, now this is happening.
Venezuelan Canadian Antonio Lobo reacts to a video of the earthquake from Montreal. He's worried about his mom, who he has no way of connecting with.
She's 70 years old, so she's alone there, and no electricity.
In Calgary, Carolina de la Torre, owner of a rapist ranch, is busy preparing for a local Venezuelan festival. But right now, she's worried about her home country.
The people is devastated. People is suffering too much.
She says the country is plagued with a failing healthcare system and crumbling infrastructure, further adding barriers as the country rebuilds. Foreign Affairs Minister Anita Anand says Canada will offer $5 million in humanitarian aid, but admits there are challenges.
Right now, the question is, how do we get that aid out the door?
Across Canada, the Venezuelan community is watching from afar as they attempt to comprehend the immense challenges ahead. Stephanie Crown, CBC News, Edmonton.
An Alberta man is facing sex-related charges involving 4 girls between 12 and 18 years old. The alleged offenses happened over the past 2 months and at times when the accused was out on bail. Charges against 32-year-old Joseph Kidd of Grand Prairie include sexual assault, abduction, and forceful confinement. The RCMP believe Kidd was making contact from social media and there may be more victims. Prime Minister Mark Carney is touting his government's achievements during the past parliamentary session, including measures to address affordability and this country's economic independence.
Housing costs and rental affordability are improving, with the rent-to-income ratio falling to its lowest level in over 6 years. Canada is now creating jobs at twice the rate of the United States. Non-U.S. exports are up sharply, and we're on track to double them over the next decade.
Carney says recently adopted laws are making Canadians safer with new bail requirements and new investments in the Canadian Armed Forces. Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre also spoke, accusing the Prime Minister of making the same promises over and over, but failing to make them a reality. And that is the world this hour. For CBC News, I'm Mike Miles.
And here's the weather forecast for Pembroke. Tonight cloudy with a 60% chance of showers, plus a risk of a thunderstorm. The low is 14. Tomorrow cloudy with a chance of showers in the afternoon. Again, a risk of a thunderstorm. High tomorrow 23, humidex 28, UV index 7 or high. Partly cloudy Friday night with a chance of some early evening showers. Again, a risk of a thunderstorm. The low is 14. And then a mix of sun and cloud for Saturday with a chance of showers. The high is 26. That's the weather for Pembroke.
Welcome to Q. You're about to hear something pretty rare. Diljit Dosanjh almost never does interviews in English, but he came into our studio in Toronto. If you don't know Diljit, he's one of the biggest artists on the planet right now. The first Punjabi artist to perform at Coachella, just sold out Madison Square Garden twice, about to headline Wembley Stadium. And his first international flight ever, by the way, was to Canada. In fact, Diljit will tell you about playing Vancouver steps away from where a ship of Punjabi immigrants was turned away from Canada over 100 years ago, and what he snuck into the Met Gala using Shakira as a distraction. Diljit Dosanjh coming up. Plus, you'll hear from a Canadian artist who's been carrying around songs he's written since 1972. He's 77 now, and he's putting them out. That's coming up on Q. So over the last few years, in case you haven't been paying too much attention about the biggest trends in pop culture, let me fill you in. Punjabi music is everywhere. And it's pretty likely that you already know that because songs sung entirely in Punjabi are topping charts, racking up billions of streams, being played out of car windows all around the world, especially in Canada. Now really at the center of that phenomenon, like the way the Beatles were at the center of the British invasion, or Madonna at the center of 80s pop, the center of this phenomenon is a guy named Diljit Dosanjh. If you don't know him yet, I have to be honest, you probably will soon. Well, maybe you will know him soon because hopefully you stick around for the interview, but also because for decades he's been a beloved figure in India and across the Punjabi diaspora, especially here in Canada, and now he's broken through to a completely different level. Let's listen to this. That is the song Vibe by Diljit Dosanjh. It's off his 2021 album Moonchild Era, an album that cemented him as an unstoppable force in music. His music has been streamed more than 10 billion times across platforms. His videos pull in hundreds of millions of views. He's selling out stadiums around the world in minutes. Universities are teaching courses about his impact, and cities are declaring days in his honor. For example, back then, he played the Sky Dome at the Rogers Center when he played Toronto. You can take a course on him at the University of Toronto. And in Los Angeles, they just declared January 6, 2027 Diljit Dosanjh Day. So I'm excited for you to get to hear this. As you can tell, look, I'm excited too. And we were very interested to talk to Diljit Dosanjh because he might be one of the most influential people in music right now. And because he very rarely does interviews in English at all. So to sit down with him, much less for like an hour, was very special. If this artist, I should say, is meeting you, Diljit Dosanjh, I still think you're going to find something special here and something familiar. He'll tell you about singing at weddings to make a living and what he snuck into the Met Gala using Shakira as a distraction. Anyway, here's my conversation with Diljit Dosanjh. Welcome to the show.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me, and really looking beautiful.
You know what? We should trade jackets after this. You know. How are you doing on this? You're on this massive tour. How's it going?
I'm blessed. I'm very good. And blessed. I feel blessed.
How do you possibly rest when you're doing this?
This is the cold shower.
Oh, yeah, really?
Yeah.
I got friends like that. Whereas I need like 6 or 7 hours sleep, they get a shower.
Yeah. Like shower for me is like vacation, my pre-workout, everything. Cold shower, good.
How about before you go on stage? Like, do you have a ritual before you go on stage? Is there something you do every show before you go on?
A little bit of yoga, a little bit of stretching, and remembering the lyrics. And that's good. That's it.
What are you thinking about before you go on stage?
The people, the fans, they came, and it's my duty. They are going home happy. So that's the only reason. My whole team is the only reason. But fans, they might be the best.
My friend used to say, it's night 19 for us, but it's night 1 for them. Are you ever able to take a moment and recognize where you come out? You just sold out Madison Square Garden 2 nights in a row. You're the first Punjabi artist to do that. Do you think about that when you're on stage at all?
No, on stage is just music, sound. Sound is like God thing. Sound is everything. Through sound, I found that. So it's very cool when on stage, then when you feel it.
I can understand that. I kind of feel like that too. I thought that any evidence I have of God or evidence of some sort of higher power, comes through the transcendence of being able to
sound. Yeah. You think it's like God is like big face, big arm, and big guy. But I think it's no shape. In our good body, I'm going to sick family. In our good body, written, not on the pitch. Problem for competition. drawing the shape with the culture. Usually the chanting into the family team get something else. So it's always perfect.
Why do you think that? I don't know if you're the person to ask about this, or whether I should ask someone who's who teaches that university course already. That university course about you. What I find really interesting is that your audience is filled with people who speak well, but also filled with people who don't. Who really don't understand the religion.
Really, the generation doesn't know this. We love that women. We love Afro music. We love Latin music. Music is in English. So now it's time to put double music.
How was Coachella?
Oh, beautiful. That's long in my wishes. Coachella is like, I saw one documentary the girl say the building in Coachella is like okay. So that time when I think my family back from Coachella, that time when I was in high school, that was really special.
Did you really have a wish list? Like, was your sister writing on your wish list?
Yes. Business is very right because I remember, like, life is a movie for me. Life is like a fair for me. Fair? Yeah. Yeah, fair for me. So I want to write every... you too many in there?
Right.
Yeah, I want to write every... Oh, no, you understand?
This whole time I spoke Punjabi, I didn't want to let you know. This whole time I spoke it.
Yeah, I want to write every
Well, I'm glad to cross one other thing off the wish list, but you can run this.
Oh, yes.
I have a show, I could be on the show.
Please, sir.
Can you tell us what we just saw? Yes. And what you said?
I said, if you don't understand me, it's okay. It's just a ride, just national ride. And Punjabi have a line. Punjabi Aane. That, the line, it's not my line. It's every Punjabi line. Punjabi Aane. I don't think about this. I don't know what that is. And I don't know about that line going to be used after this.
Wait, why do you think that line got so huge after you said that?
I don't know. It's like maybe when you press someone so much.
When you press someone so much.
Yeah, so much. Yeah. And one day he got up and he said, I have that. Yeah. It's like that. That
must have been gratifying to see that line taken off on that.
Yes, 100%. And it's not in my line. It's not in.
So let's listen to some music right now. Keep listening.
The guy said, I have a cold case. I already won, but I lose my heart.
It's a love song. It's a love song. Here's a question I have about this. So one of the instruments I heard during that song is the Hindi. Really, for people who don't know, really important is in Punjabi folk music and classical music.
And Algoze.
And Algoze in there as well. Yeah, and also Shana.
Yeah. It's called Ravana Tutu.
If I'm not mistaken, one of the most important Hindi players is from your area.
Yeah, from Ravana, right? Yes.
Lalchan.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. You said that. Thank you so much.
Why does that invoke something to you?
He's God. He actually started the Punjabi music. So we don't have the right to go everywhere. Only a scientist.
I saw a video you can make about that.
I did a film about Emerson Champion. It's a different guy who was a legend. So he had 22. So every old artist and every young artist, you have to know to play with the main stage.
So my question is, when I love the reaction. I love the animation too. I love the reaction of the film. I love the setup of the stage. Do you think about those older artists that came first? You think about music, are they on the line?
Yes, 100%. When I was in Manchester, I shared the music. I feel like the larger than the concentration of the Bruce Chicago, every big artist, Bruce started and he did so much hard work for converting music. They are with me. And in my heart I say, Shankila, please look at this nicest caregiver through my eyes. Please look at this and feel that in the world.
I'm Tom Power. You're listening to Q. You're in the middle of my conversation with Gurjit Dosanjh, who we call up in the middle of the world tour. A very rare chance to sit down with this global superstar. Very rarely does he use an English. Gurjit says he always knew two things: that be famous, and that one day Punjabi music would be everywhere around the world. That's what I like on both counts. But before we get into all that, I want you to know about what it's like for him just growing up. And this story I think of him running away and coming out of the world period. What was your life like when you were a was it really, really fun?
I've been blessed for both of us.
Yeah. But before you, because the story I want to tell is when you were coming into the city, right?
Yes. My family sent me to the city. That time I don't want to go, but that's I chose that time.
Because the thing that you were I heard this great story about when you confessed your love for a girl in the school. And she called her phone, and you had to pack 2 bananas and hit the road.
Yes, sir.
Do you mind telling the story?
I don't know, maybe in the English, maybe sorry.
No, I got it.
So we told the school, they said, do you like any girl? I said, yes, this girl. And they said, tell her that you are married. I said, I'm not married. She said, okay. But I was
with Mark Bergman on your Thursday night. Ever hang on to old bills and eventually wonder how much they're worth? Well, they could be worth something if they're in good conditions. Check it out. An old $20 bill from 1935 could be worth up to $75,000. How crazy. A $1,000 modified bill from 1954 up to $15,000. And a $2 bill from 1935.
So when you went to yes. When you were going to the guitar there at Ottawa and yes. Was that your first introduction to music?
Playing music, yes, after 11. But in my school, before it was
Summer Mix, the Beat 92.5.
All gear through mud and dirt for days and days on the job site. But now, you're hauling the 2-bedroom camper on your way to a quiet area to unwind.
So when I say it's okay, it was okay. So relax. singing is not happening. So I'm going to start singing at home.
Singing the
Yes,
was part of the show cooking. Was there a part of you that was going to like an singer?
Yes. I thought, my life is so special. I hope, because I'm lucky that sing. Long as I would, and long as I'm not that good. That's what I do. I have to maybe work. That's what I can do.
Talk to me about a resident market of Phoenix. So this is
yes, from there was
a rich influence.
Yes, from there.
Why?
Well, that feeling in myself that everybody knows me. I tell you, this is like an important thing. Later on, now I know it's nothing matter, but that feeling from day one when I was child.
Let's talk about that, because I read about that you really specifically wanted to, I understand why. It's a thing that can be.
I'm still kind of quick on that. Like,
my guest today, 212 million streams on Spotify, 400 million views on YouTube. Before all of this success and all these big streaming numbers, you made your living as a wedding singer, is that right?
Yes.
Tell me about what it's like to be a wedding singer.
It's amazing. There's so much money in that field.
Yeah, how did you get into it?
This is my album came in 2002. Yeah. And the 4 or 5 people came to my company and said, we want to meet this guy. I said, birthday party. And I was like, I don't have to do that party. I don't have trust in that because I was in the contract that time. I was so dumb. I don't know. I'm a singer now. From where I get the money. So when they gave me money, I said, oh my God, this is the part.
So you start making money as singing at weddings.
Yes. And that is like addiction. I don't say no to anybody. If someone says 10,000 rupees, okay. 5,000 rupees, okay. 15,000 rupees, okay. I don't say no to anybody. I go everywhere, day and night.
So what happened? What happened that you're not doing that now?
The senior artists or my team, they didn't like I did too much shows. Then I thought, oh my God, you guys think that if I'm not doing wedding songs from him, not doing. But I love Michael Jackson. I was in the wedding show and I was watching Michael Jackson. And everyone said, you're mad, bro. The wedding is not going to go on this level.
Did you see it? Did you see that it can? Yeah. No, back then, when the beginning was saying, 100% music will never.
100%, I can see that time too. I said, no, bro. If he done this, I have to do this. Michael Jackson is my inspiration. So then I said, okay, I'm not going to do the wedding shows. I'm going to start my concerts. I'm going to plan concerts.
What were those first shows like in Canada? Because Canada was your first international flight, right?
Yes, Toronto. Last time I saw.
Welcome back. What do you remember about it?
So clean. Yeah, that time I said, oh my God. And nothing you can do. So,
how was the show in 2005?
Amazing.
Was there many people there?
Yeah, it's a fair. Yeah. So it's already people already there. It's not for me. It's already there. So I just say, and they like it.
That must have been an important moment.
Very, very important. That time I was feeling I'm international. But that's a good pick for me.
I mean, Punjabi music has become so massive, especially in Canada. That song we just got back internationally.
Yes, yes.
I heard that he told me that he wrote that in about 10 seconds.
The Ottawa was 10 seconds. Maybe he wrote about 10 seconds. I don't know about that. He sent me the track, and I already decided that my album name is Go. Talk about me, Go.
So the song is about you. The song is about.
The song is
I'm the guy. I'm joking.
No, it's okay. Yes, I am. No. Yeah, it's about me. I don't sing about me too much.
And I thought I might be wrong, but I thought I had read something about it where sometimes in your early days of your career, you wouldn't feel that way. You would be like, I can't believe this is happening to me. Like, you weren't through.
Sometimes you know. Tomorrow is going to be a rainy day. You feel that? Yeah, right?
So you just felt like, okay, I know this music, and I know this music can get this through.
How did I know this?
Isn't that interesting, though?
Yes.
What is that?
That's called gut feeling. Yeah, you can say gut feeling.
biggest hits ever off his 2018 album, War. I'm Tom Power. You're listening to Q. You're in the middle of my conversation with Diljit Dosanjh, who is possibly one of just the biggest stars in the world right now. In the first part of our conversation, he was telling you how he went from being a wedding singer to selling at stadiums all around the world, and everybody around him told him it would never be possible. He's now at the heart of the Punjabi music explosion, which is happening all over the world, I'd say especially here in Canada. So in the next part of our conversation, you're going to hear us get into one of the biggest shows, the most meaningful shows he's ever played. It's in Vancouver, near the port. Not that long ago, hundreds of Punjabi folks were turned away from the concert. I'll tell that story. I'll also tell you two great background stories. But first we start with another song that captures what Diljit Dosanjh does so well, taking Punjabi music and pushing it into old new territory. First react when you started mixing Punjabi music with different styles of music?
Well, it's the same, because music has been rising. One song after song is going crazy in Punjab. And I thought if this beat forever, then let's look at Punjabi song and what
did anyone say don't do it?
Yeah. First week or maybe first 10-15 days, people will say, no, this is not Punjabi music. No, what you're doing, this is different. They say, no, that's not the old feelings or this. And after 15-20 days, they use it.
Yeah, I mean, I get this. I'm a musician too, and I know that. And I play traditional music from my life. Folk music. And I investigate it. There's a section of people who's going to say, not only can you not do that, but no one can like it.
But the motor is to push the Punjabi music more. Okay, we push with the Afro music, but when the time came, we add the chorus in the like we did in the movie.
Yeah.
So it's just the motor is to push the Punjabi music more. That's why I'm trying different things. That got a lot in my wish list too.
Really?
Yes. So,
was this written down somewhere?
No. Okay. Yeah, there's so much in my life.
I heard a great story. I don't know if you can tell it about it. I think it was the second one.
Yes, that was good information. Maybe maybe some people don't like this, but yes, they don't allow me to bring my guitar there. So there's a weapon for them. But now look at me. And it's still the security. Okay. Then Shakira, then there's security, and you're going to go right behind it, about the bench, and you're going to right? Around the corner, Shakira, not me. This is my moment. If I go with her.
So the medal in her dress in security, and also by like a photograph.
Yes.
This is what we want to do.
Oh yes. I put the band under the wave and then there.
Can you tell me more about what you're wearing?
Yeah. This look is inspired from the Maharajas from India. I want the Kashmir necklace, but I know they have a necklace that time in the UK museum. I don't get that, but in India they design this. This is me, this is Sam, Jordan, and maybe uniform Shiva Shakti, and that's my favorite obviously. And behind this is
so the
that's the best.
Tell people what we're looking at.
So this is Gurmukhi, this is Punjab map, and this is Gurmukhi, Punjabi language.
What does it say?
Ida, Ara, English, Assam, A, B, C, D, the alphabet. When did this idea came in my mind? I'm not going alone. The Punjabi alphabet is going with me. Punjab is going with me. And this emotion is there. That's there. What do you mean? Punjabi alone, that same emotion. When I did portrait, one of my friends said, you notice in the history, this is first time anyone is singing in Punjabi in the cultural aspect. This is a big moment for us. And I realized, I know. That's the same moment. The Punjabi dress, Punjabi alphabet, being in the whole state. That's a big thing.
So you wanted to do it, you wanted to wear the Punjabi alphabet and the alphabet. It's not just I am here.
Punjabi, we are here. We are here now. We came from very small villages, but we are here.
I mean, that is so clear in the picture of the video. It's my book and it's how to show the You played at the stadium. And like the first spot from the right
after the stadium,
Aura and his newest EP, The Call of Punjab, are out everywhere now. He'll be headlining Wembley Stadium in London, in the UK, not Ontario, this September. Maybe you've had this experience. You pull out an old box filled with notebooks from maybe it was a time when you were writing some poetry, or maybe you were sketching a little bit, and you flip through the pages, you think, that was pretty good. I should have done something with that talent. George E. Senior is proof that it's never too late to pick those ideas back up again. George is a well-respected historian. Most of his academic life has focused on Indigenous history, and himself as a descendant of the Hero Wendat. In 1991, he was the first Indigenous Canadian to receive a PhD, a doctorate of history. He's taught in universities in Montreal, Ottawa, Regina. As you're about to hear, that academic life was no accident. His parents from an early age made it clear they expected George to change what was written in history books about Indigenous peoples in Canada, and he did just that. Now George is in his 70s, after he retired, and had a bit more time to step away from academia. He dug into some of those old notebooks, as well as boxes of old cassettes. What he found were songs that he wrote and recorded over the decades, going all the way back to 1972, in English, in French, and in Wendat. Let me tell you about it. George spoke with key guest host Darby O'Donnell about the album. She started by asking him when music was going to work.
Music was my first love. I was very small, very young, and innocent. I liked music so much that my mother thought that I was going to become the next future Felix Hotel. I was very popular in the province of Quebec. But I was able to sing a few songs. I was so proud of singing. So my mother had the idea that I would be inclined for music. Which I did very, very much. History and Aboriginal things in general. They were always all around me because my four grandparents were around Scottish Huron people. There were two grandfathers were Hunters, and I was very much influenced in the culture. I served as a branched out and became more interested in music.
I wonder, because it seems that, like you said, music is your first love, but you've had such an incredibly rich academic career. So what was it about the idea of academics that drew you into that direction for so much of your life?
I was surrounded by my own culture, my own philosophy, my own spirituality, and much of the minority. Two parents were traditional, and so were my grandparents, and I was put on my young shoulders that I had to write other history books one day. Because my first experience at school, I was very young when I started school. I was not even 5 years old. First experience was difficult because the nuns, they did their best. They told us that our ancestors were not really adequate as people. They were waiting for the French to come and rescue them and to mix other people using more pain than they were before. And it was a very idea 1260 so the whole duration of it, all the history books on the show. I said, yeah, I remember it.
I wonder about the link between telling the stories through history, as you've done as an academic, and then telling them through song as an artist. Is there a clear link to you to these two disciplines that you practice?
Most of my songs are really separate from the language of the academy, and songs. I write with children. I think that with children. There are maybe 3 or 4 of them on the album. One of them is The Eyes of a Child. I wrote that song for my godchild, my sister's son, first son. His father's Creed. He has a both of them amazing. So I was chosen by my sister to be his godfather. It was a great honor for me. Even though there was no church ceremony necessarily involved in them, but the whole family was very honored by that song. But anyhow, this context of the song is to send my nephew, my newborn nephew and godchild, on a good path, spiritual path, working else, and putting the purpose, and live. One of the things that made us home, and I'm happy to be home.
finished our conversation, Natalia told you about this moment of her career where she became, understandably, disenchanted with the whole music industry thing. She was 21, she was burnt out, and she did what all burnt out global superstars do at 21. She moved to Ottawa, Ontario. She moved to Ottawa, enrolled in school, tried to put her music career behind her. Obviously that didn't quite work, but she found a group of musicians and friends that reignited her love of music, and she credits so much of her career now to Ottawa. Here's Natalia talking about the decision to move away.
I closed my email, my phone. I stopped talking to my people, my friends. I really separate a lot from my universe. And I took that plane and I arrived to the city, and I just started like a new life, And it was so good for me, for my soul, for my heart. Like I was really able to heal and to find out again the reason I wanted to make music for,
You were so famous. You were so incredibly famous, and I love the idea that you could just go to Canada and walk down the street and be in
Me too.
Yeah. I hope you weren't there in the winter, but
Yeah, I know. I love music, but I don't know if I really love fame. Like fame is another thing. It could be very difficult to manage, and
it kind of feels like the whole story you're telling me, and the part I'm about to get to is like you making music, getting out of control, and then you trying to take that control back. I mean, you start singing more and more traditional folk music of Mexican and Latin America. This great quote. He said, she inhabits the space that Sabrina Carpenter lived, as Sabrina Carpenter suddenly began recording Woody Guthrie songs. So what's going on that you... Talk to me about that. You obviously got to a point again where Mr. Connect was getting a bit out of control. I mean, how do you find your way to traditional folk music, and what does that teach you?
I grew up in Veracruz. Eventually, I wanted to go back home. My mother was there, and I wanted to build this house, the house that I live in. And just the fact of being there made me get closer to the traditional music from there, and to people that are doing those music and genres that I love, and to see and listen and learn from. It's just something that I really like, and enjoy. And also inspires me a lot. So it's not just now the music from Mexico. Then I was listening to, I was getting into the music from Latin America, from Violeta Parra, from Cita Rosa, from Atahualpa Yupanqui. I was listening to Mercedes Sosa, Simón Díaz, different artists that really helped me notice and realize that eventually I will need to create my own spirit and sound into the music that I do.
So one of my favorite things, and I think the thing that defines folk music, is that it can lead you and become part of something bigger. And in that way, I think you kind of did that yourself. I think you kind of did that through Austin Reyes, which came out a decade ago. When you found out how protesters were using it, and regular folks in the U.S. were using it around immigration events, like, what went through your mind?
And again, I was seeing the power of music. You must be very fond of music. I wrote that song with Leonel Garcia, a friend of mine, and I wanted to play a song that would remind me, I play we wanted the song to have this connection to Mexico through our roots. And suddenly, yes, the song has been a very important song for many people for different reasons, which I love also, like for different reasons and things that they experience in their life. They love the song and they sing it and they feel it so deep. And I really love when that happens and the song say like, I am not yours anymore. Like I am just a song that flies away and go through different houses and families and places, and it's people's song.
And that is it for Q today. Tomorrow on the show, you're going to hear my conversation recorded in one of the most beautiful parts of this country, Banff, Alberta, with Canada's queen of summer romance, Carly Fortune Purcell. Carly's debut novel was recently adapted into the TV show, Her Only Request to the King. And that show, even though it's worldwide, stays on the radio. So we're here to tell you about some of the best-selling novels in the outside of Canada. It's amazing.
Choose clicks. Choose the algorithm. Choose doom scrolling at 3 a.m. Eyes tired. Brain rewind. Choose headlines that scream. Choose fake friends. Deepfakes. Bots. And comment wars that move your feelings. Choose truth, bent, and groping until you can't tell upside down or right from wrong. Choose the chaos. Choose the news. Or don't. Choose news, not noise. CBC News.
The CBC News is next, and then it's the current review with Matt Galloway.
It was a delicious trip to France. A group of teens from Manitoba won an international cooking competition with the help of Quebec celebrity chef Ricardo. We'll hear from all of them about the big win and the joy of learning to cook. Time for the current review.
From CBC News, the Wolf is out on Mike Lawrence. Venezuela's health minister says the number of dead in Wednesday's twin earthquakes is now around 235. Although Alvarado's update comes as rescuers race against time to find survivors. And no later, just in case.
In the city of Laredo, volunteers were filmed using bamboo sticks to try to lift the slab of metal and free two people. Earlier on Thursday, journalists filmed people screaming their names from beneath the rubble of a building to prove they were alive, waiting for help. Several countries, including the United States, have pledged to send rescue teams to Venezuela, which has little experience in dealing with earthquakes. Their arrival has been slowed down because the nation's main airport was also damaged. In neighboring Colombia, members of the large Venezuelan community are gathering donations at community centers. Humanitarian groups say that thousands of people in Venezuela were left homeless by the quakes, and they're now sleeping outdoors. Canada's Foreign Affairs Ministry has pledged $5 million in humanitarian aid. And we'll for CBC News, Bogota.
The official residence of Canada's Prime Ministers has long been in need of a rebuild. Now, the coup starts on the verge of happening, with an announcement expected tomorrow morning. Ashley Brooks comes in the CBC News exclusive.
A senior government source says the Prime Minister is expected to launch a design competition that will allow Canadian companies to pitch their plans to make 21st century suitable official residence again for each of its districts. The source says the CBC News, Ottawa.
A man from Grand Prairie, Alberta, has been charged with a string of disturbing crimes involving young girls. SNP said the offenses include sexual assault on school streets in Canada, and that some of the alleged incidents took place while the suspect was on bail.
RCMP in Grand Prairie say the first incident involved a 14-year-old girl from British Columbia. Police say 32-year-old Joseph Kidd allegedly picked her up in BC and drove back to his home in Grand Prairie. We don't have exact details of what happened, but police charged him with several offenses, including sexual assault. He was released with conditions. Over the next 7 weeks, Kidd was allegedly involved in 3 more incidents involving girls who were 18, 15, and 12. He faced several more charges, including sexual assault and abduction of a person under 14. Police say Kidd was released after each offense and will be released July 2nd for the most recent. Grand Prairie RCMP Superintendent Mark McDougall.
Police present information and evidence during the investigation, but ultimately decisions about release and conditions are made through the court process.
RCMP believe Kidd was contacting victims through social media and are releasing his photo in case there are other victims out there. Sam Sampson, CBC News, Edmonton.
Survivors of the 2018 mass shooting on Danforth Avenue in Toronto can now proceed with a class action lawsuit against gunmaker Smith & Wesson. The Supreme Court of Canada has cleared the way for the suit. It alleges Smith & Wesson was negligent for not including technology to prevent unauthorized use of weapon. 2 people were killed, 13 others injured in the shooting, but the news is stolen from the other men. That is the War this hour. For CBC News, I'm Mark Myers.
Weather forecast for Pembroke. Tonight cloudy with a 60% chance of showers, plus a risk of a thunderstorm. The low is 14. Tomorrow cloudy with a chance of showers in the afternoon. Again, a risk of a thunderstorm. High tomorrow 23, humidex 28, UV index 7 or high. Partly cloudy Friday night with a chance of some early evening showers. Again, a risk of a thunderstorm. The low is 14. And then a mix of sun and cloud for Saturday with a chance of showers. The high is 26. That's the weather for Pembroke.
Welcome to the current review on CBC Radio 1. I'm Matt. Coming up, looking for something to read this summer, our panel of booksellers. And then how a group of teens from Manitoba won a cooking competition in Paris. We begin with a blockbuster investigation into the influencers shaping the manosphere and increasingly for young boys what it means to be a man. Andrew Tate was accused of many things. The British-American manosphere influencer built an empire based on the idea of female subjugation and hypermasculinity. His message to men, particularly young men, is that they are victims of a feminized society. Andrew Tate was arrested in Romania in 2022, along with his brother Tristan, for human trafficking. He's also accused of sexually assaulting multiple women and is facing investigations in Romania, the United Kingdom, and the United States. Heidi Blake is an investigative reporter at The New Yorker and recently wrote a detailed and deeply reported story with the headline, Andrew Tate's Empire of Abuse. And Heidi Blake joins us from the United Kingdom. And just a warning, this conversation includes accounts of sexual assault. You met Andrew Tate earlier this year at a Sedona. And he introduced himself to you as the bad guy from Houdini. Who's Andrew Tate?
Andrew Tate is a British-American influencer. He worked for the kickboxer and later appeared in a reality TV show Big Brother in the UK. But he quickly realized that he wasn't making enough money doing those sorts of things, and so he pivoted to a career in workplace pornography. And he made a ton of money recruiting women to work for him online sex workers. And having made a ton of money doing that, he kind of parlayed that into a tremendous career on social media. Talking about how women needed to be systematically oppressed in order for men to reassert what he calls their natural imperative for power. And the students who enrolled in his university could earn commissions by clicking up and reposting those videos. And so he launched that in 2022, and that summer his fame exploded. His videos were viewed more than 12 billion times on TikTok alone, and all of a sudden he was on the phone screens of teenage boys and young men all around the world, and that message was everywhere.
You get into this in great detail in the piece, which is what makes it so gripping and also just really disturbing. Some of the things that he has said about women are hard to repeat. And so, without getting too graphic, what are the ways in which he talked about women?
Well, Andrew Tate was pretty open in styling himself as a pimp and talking about how the only value that women hold in society is basically as sex objects, as sexual assets. And he openly coached his followers to try to assert their dominance over women, to control women absolutely, and to treat women as property. He has advocated for women to be stripped of the vote, to be forced to procreate, to be banned from the workplace, and he's really argued for a society in which men hold absolute power and women are effectively slaves. And he referred to the women in his own life as slaves and to the women who worked for him as slaves. And when he talked about this natural masculine imperative for power that he holds as so important, really what that often seems to go to in his own content was sexual violence. You know, there's a famous video of Tate reclining on his bed, waving a machete and talking about how to threaten women with violence with a machete and force them to have sex. And he described that as multiple content. So when it this phrase, the question of sexual dominance, sexual violence of women, treating them as property, was all kind of this kind of method is how men could reclaim their power in society.
You mentioned the webcam porn business that he started up, and you spoke to some of the women who worked for the Tate brand. What did you learn from them about how the brothers lured those women to work for them, and how the women were treated once they were in their store?
Once Tate and his brother Tristan had decided to launch this webcam porn business, what they decided to do was to initially recruit women who they were already having sexual relationships with to come and work with them. And Andrew Tate said pretty openly that when he recruited women who loved him, they could be coerced into giving him all of their money and he got to keep everything. And that was the way he liked it. So they devised a methodology which was all about luring women into romantic relationships in order to wear them down and then compel them into sex work and control all of their earnings, isolate them from their friends and family, prevent them from having contact with other men, control all of the accounts they use, and make sure that they never have the money they were making. And so really these women were living in a state of total separation and control over their brothers, and the ones I spoke to really talking about feeling really well,
these women, is that right?
That's right. Many of the women described being subjected to absolutely appalling sexual and physical violence. He also, they were both brothers, branded the women who worked for them with tattoos, so they would have their names tattooed onto their body. Sometimes the women would have the words take property or take own tattooed on their legs. And so there was an element of mutilation that went on here. These women's bodies were not their own anymore.
After the brothers were accused by 3 women in Newport of rape and strangulation, and then you took a moment and let me feel Right, so there, many women spoke about pretty extreme retaliatory measures being taken against them when they tried to leave. And then it was most different when I spoke to the brothers with the Christian church who were going to be in touch with, most of the women who had been listed, but some people who were not in the house, and they were really unhappy with anything. Still being placed with takeovers and I think under a high degree of influence by them. But even those women who were there to defend them, saying that they should try to leave, Christian church had to her
because I raped you, she then goes...
Between Andrew Tate and the MAGA movement?
I think Andrew Tate's enormous following, particularly of young men, has made him into an important political force for the far right and for the MAGA movement. And he's really become a defining figure and proponent of this masculinist ideology, which is all about reasserting the patriarchy and rolling back the gains of feminism, which has become a uniting force in what is otherwise a kind of unequal coalition around Donald Trump. So I think with figures like Carson, Donald Trump Jr., or the Trump family, we have been instrumental in behind this movement. The election where the son was charged with murdering being a relationship with her, and ultimately wanting to not only bring men to vote for Trump in such large numbers that Kamala Harris singled him out in her memoir as a key agent of her defeat when he was charged and indicted with sex trafficking. People like Tucker Carlson, Donald Trump Jr., Elon Musk, as you say, were very quick to line up and immediately attribute this to the sort of war attack when someone who was simply championing traditional masculinity. And they did that, it seems to me, really without any reference to the evidence whatsoever.
And you say, in the political landscape, it's very
rolled back on inequality laws seem kind of moderate. I think also, we can see his influence on young men around the world today. And I also think that Tate has created a world in which other figures, like, for example, Trump has in the US talk openly about how women should be held in breeding relays. These kind of extreme public positions that are being taken, leading pastors in the US calling openly for women's suffrage to be repealed. These are sort of unthinkable positions to take in even sort of 5 or 10 years ago, but all of a sudden this is the world we live in, and I do think that we have Andrew Tate to attribute that to really significant extent.
Can I ask you just finally about how you end this piece? It's a remarkable, harrowing, incredibly difficult piece to read, but really important as well. And as I said, part of this is that you met Andrew and Tristan Tate earlier this year, and you write about how when Tristan Tate headed for the elevator and then turned back and he said to you, "Here, give me a hug." And you wrote, "In the moment before his arms encircled me, there seemed to be no choice." Why did you end with that?
This was something that I gave a lot of thought to and spoke with my editor about, and it felt to me important, really. And even for me as a woman, there as a reporter for the New Yorker, the call of the sort of power and social capital of its own time, it's on Twitter.
Reporter at the New Yorker and the author of a story called Andrew Tate's Empire of Abuse. You can read it at newyorker.com. She was in New York. You're listening to The Current Review on CBC Radio 1. My name is Matt Galloway. Summer is finally here. There's nothing plans to start slowing down. You might be plotting a vacation, heading to the beach, or your cottage, or park, or your backyard. For so many of us, summer is a time to dive into books. The question is, what should you read this summer? We have a good tradition here at the Current. We build a summer reading list. And to help us make that list, we found out two people who know books. Penny Warris and her husband Scott read analog books in Lethbridge, Alberta. And Josh Hopper is a manager at Type Books in Toronto. Josh, what makes it a good book to read in the summer? I mean, you can read books throughout the year. Summer is different. What makes it a good summer? Summer lifestyle.
Accomplish something today more than reading the book, and that you can escape into a different world. I think that that's a really important summer read.
Okay, so we're building a list, and there are a lot of great books, and we'll hear about a lot of them. But Penny, is there one book that you think everyone will be reading this summer? And if you're on the bus, or at the beach, or walking, you can see a lot of people with that book.
Well, I think I say for us that would be Yesteryear by Carol Claire Burke. This is the one about the trad wife influencer. she has the perfect life, she's an influencer, she has perfect kids, and of course, none of that's true, and you really, really hate her. And when she wakes up one morning, she's in 1855, and she's actually living the traditional life. She doesn't know why, and neither do you. So the book really works best that if you just don't think about it too much and you just enjoy the ride, but it's going to be one that people are going to be talking about a lot, and it's definitely one that's on our list of business.
Looking into My Crystal Vibes, there is a book by Dan Wood, who's a previous winner of the Writers' Crest Award for nonfiction, called Our Ride from Mars. His new book, it's about animals adapting to and living in cities alongside humans. So I think it's super interesting for a nonfiction book or a nature writing. I read it for reasons of those tidbits that are going to, expand my thinking, or to say that it might blow my mind. This book is full of them. It's international scope, like Bengal tigers in India, raccoons in Toronto, giant Pacific octopus in the Puget Sound, and it's just a great kind of hopeful book talking about, living in these changing climates.
Why do you think people will pick that up now?
I think people are looking for new ways to think of the world. So whether that's finding hope in looking at ecosystems that are in flux, but also to just be able to rethink the way they're positioning the world and look for hopeful ways forward. Cities are often known for being not very biodiverse, but something that Dan taught me with this book is that cities are amongst the most biodiverse places on Earth. So I think it's these kinds of reframing of our own narrative that people are drawn to.
Fabulous. Ernie, give us more books. Tell us about some other things that you already know people may be reading or may want to read this year.
Well, my favorite, and we've been selling tons of this, is Theo of Golden by Alan Yadi. So it's the story of an older man. He's 87 years old. He moves to a new town, and he goes to the local coffee shop, and there are portraits of the local people. It's been done by an artist, and the portraits are up on the wall, and they're all for sale. So he buys them, and then he goes and finds the person and bestows their portrait on them. And when he does this, he finds out their stories. So it's an amazing story of community, and it's an amazing story of Theo, and there's a mystery behind him. You don't really know who he is and why he's doing this. It's really a fabulous story, and it's a perfect summer read. Most people that will come back to it because so that it was definitely one of their favorite books of the year. Canadian, I really love the Infinite 769 Appliances. This is for people that love the great roller coaster. It's very witty and it's a story about Jim Dixon, who's actually a freedom writer, and it's a all the appliances are sensitive, and it's a transition of living lives. And I was listening to it's a surrealist, absurdist at times look almost 6 months into the movie. I love this book twice. That's only 96 pages. But you read it twice. I read it twice. I love it so because it's I think it's kind of prescient in just a life and the language. sort of the things that would keep you awake about tourism in China.
Subaru Crosstrek. Featuring a rugged exterior, the defines the fun of driving, symmetrical all-wheel drive, and the eyesight system, you'll know the road safe, no matter the conditions.
History of electronic music, which is
looking at it somewhere. But somebody who isn't a data user or like is busy and trying to target attention and they have no time, or simply, you know what, I've got a few days off and I need something today. What is a slump that you recommend?
A slump cluster. Well, one of the ones that affected me that does was that the class was close by building both. And definitely, so we have a time period where it takes place during key time period. One is during Civil War, and the second one is in the Netherlands. And this really tells the story about this forest and the city that was part of it, and the artist that they were doing the profile. It's amazing what she describes in there. And it's something that I think about the essential
What's the best one?
for building up.
Yeah, something that they like.
Well, absolutely. It's such a hard one when it comes back and says, I went to the company, just still enjoyed it, and it's the best book I've ever read. There's nothing better than that. It's a book that's going every morning.
Well, ask me a couple of quick things before we let you go. One is for young people, kids who maybe their parents they don't get them off phones and so back in the time that you recommend for a number of them.
Absolutely. I mean, in terms of picture books, Nikki Zoe maybe with Portuguese paper, in a picture book by Sarah Hatton, the print that shows some restraints that pretty much
It was very funny. And heartbreaking.
And then you check in the one-way space, Jim Hughes, on Frank Wood, so
16-year-old Avery Ransokai, co-actress in England, or A.R. Winnipeg, studio British congratulations. Thank you so much. How does it feel to become a champion? It's pretty amazing. I mean, I'm in Florida, and it doesn't really last. And it's amazing. It's going to France, and it's like the American dream. So what was your winning dish? What did you cook? So we had pan-fried cod with Northwestern original chicken chips. With blue montana, with sauce,
here with you, and appreciate giving money, giving time, giving insiders, training people to find what she does. I'd say. So the ones that do that, big community efforts, you know,
Tiger from the Anishinaabe and Red River Métis Nation, Deer Clan and Treaty 2 territory. And you're listening to my mix celebrating Natural Indigenous History Month on CBC Reclaim.
continuous DJ mix and decolonized bass bashment from Handsome Tiger. In just a few short years, he's blasted onto the West Coast music scene in a massive way. Now Owls making sound waves across Turtle Island and around the world. Dancing Tiger Rescue, Anishinaabe Nation, Deer Clan, Red River Métis, and Treaty 2 territory. And as you've been hearing, what he's known for is weaving Indigenous teachers into the diasporic sound system culture to build bridges between ancestral knowledge and contemporary folk music. And it's a thing in the
What you waiting for? Something physical. I can do this by myself. Without you, there be no place for me to hide. Without you, there's no way I can sleep tonight. I do, oh, a little bit of peace and quiet. That's why I keep slipping in a bad dream. There's no you.
justice en main.
target the First Nations, Métis, and Inuit communities. Visit cbc.ca/images.
The CBC News is next, followed by As It Happens, the Midnight Edition.
It was another day of record-breaking heat across Europe, temperatures topping 40 degrees Celsius across much of the continent. A teacher in France tells us the government there is saying a lot, but not doing a lot to keep students and their teachers safe.
From CBC News, the world this hour, I'm Mike Miles. Venezuela is in crisis after back-to-back earthquakes. Wednesday evening's quakes were among the strongest there in more than a century. The official number of dead, is about 230, but is expected to soar into the thousands. As Evan Dyer reports, the disaster is stretching a country already struggling.
It was a very shallow earthquake that occurred close to people.
William Yett of the U.S. Geological Survey says the location of the two quakes amplified their destructive power.
So, it's very worrying and we expect it to be very damaging.
USGS modeling gave a 41% probability that there would be more than 10,000 fatalities.
Hay decenas de edificios colapsados.
President Delcy Rodriguez said some of the worst damage appeared to be in coastal La Guaira, which she called a true tragedy. The U.S. government, which has a tense but cooperative relationship with Venezuela's socialist government, offered help.
It will be able to be fast and it will be effective.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio said search and rescue teams from Virginia and California are on the way. Already, though, Venezuelans were looking ahead to a longer-term crisis. Many buildings that didn't collapse are severely cramped and unsafe. A devastating blow to a country where the economy and much of the infrastructure were already in critical condition. Evan Dyer, CBC News, Ottawa.
Canadian Venezuelans are checking in with family back home with a lot of worry about how the country can bounce back given its economic condition and political turmoil. Thinking
itself as a medical emergency during a flight, passengers get an unexpectedly bumpy and terrifying ride.
Space race, one of NASA's most trusted telescopes, is trying to
Venezuelans woke up this morning to almost unimaginable scenes of destruction and chaos if they slept at all. Two powerful back-to-back earthquakes struck the north-central part of the country yesterday, toppling buildings in the capital, Caracas. So far, the death toll is in the hundreds, but it could climb to the tens of thousands as rescuers dig through the rubble in hopes of finding survivors. And the worst earthquakes that we've endured in more than half a century. Jesus Almas is a pro-democracy activist who is helping people left homeless by the quakes. We reached him in Caracas.
Jesus, where exactly in Caracas are you right now? What are you seeing around you?
I'm right now in San Bernardino, which is one of the most affected districts in Caracas. Actually, I'm just in front of one of the buildings that recommendations from friends to leave the building, but I live in an 18th floor, and it was impossible to move my dad in that situation. So we just stay there and hope for the best. And yeah, it was hard. It was really scary.
And then there was the second earthquake, even stronger.
Yeah, but both earthquakes were one after the other. There was no time to think in anything, you know. It was like 50 or 20 seconds of intense shaking all around us. And after that, we started to receive some information about buildings collapsing real close to ours, about people that were missing. So it was really scary.
What were you saying to your parents to try to stay calm? I wonder, like you mentioned, that these happened, over 50 years ago. Had any of you experienced this before?
So I didn't really know. So I was trying to talk to them and say, okay, this building is prepared for this situation. And at the same time, my mom
Canada's Prime Minister Mark Carney was among the world leaders who offering condolences and apologies on social media earlier today about what's sending soon. What would be of most assistance?
So we need everything, we need rescue teams, we need expertise in emergencies, we need food, we need water, we need tools to try to rescue people. So it's really hard because in Venezuela we don't have the logistics to receive and distribute all this, especially because the main port of Venezuela, of Puerto La Guardia, was around before is one of the worst places right now because a lot of buildings have collapsed. Even the most important airport in Venezuela collapsed yesterday. So the logistics in Venezuela right now is, I don't know, it's really hard to even describe the situation.
Do you and your family feel safe going back home and sleeping there?
So the building is okay, the structure is okay, so we feel safe, but the thing is that my family is very scared because there have been many aftershocks. So yeah, it's not easy, there's like a trauma. This is a big impact on the mind.
I appreciate you making time for us in the middle of all of this. Please take care. Stay safe.
Thank you so much.
Jesus Armas is a pro-democracy activist who's helping people left homeless by yesterday's earthquakes. We return to Caracas. After a chaotic 24 hours, Roger McDonald is grateful to be on the ground in Nova Scotia.
Mr. McDonald and his family were on an Air Canada flight from Newark, New Jersey to Halifax yesterday when the captain suffered a medical emergency. Passengers said it appeared to be a seizure of some kind. The co-pilot was forced to take over and make an emergency landing in Boston. We reached Rodney McDonald in Halifax.
Rodney, when did you first notice that something wasn't quite right on this flight?
Yeah, we were about 25 minutes into the flight when suddenly the regional jet veered suddenly to the left, and then after about 20 seconds veered to the right, almost as if you were in a car and someone jolted the steering wheel, and that's how quickly the plane responded.
And what do you think in that moment? Is there an announcement that follows about turbulence, or what do you think?
I've flown extensively for 20 years in my career, and I know turbulence when I feel it. And I knew something happened in that cabin. And then when it swerved a couple more times, I actually thought of the Bible verse, "It's appointed unto men a day to die," and I started praying.
You were sitting near the front of the plane. Your wife and children were a few aisles behind.
That's right.
And then you're still in your seat at that point, praying, like you said.
Yeah.
Then you see a flight attendant. What is that flight attendant doing?
So the flight attendant was serving drinks, and then the cockpit, you know how they hit that signal when they want one of the flight attendants to go to the cockpit? Mm-hmm. They hit it multiple times. Mm-hmm. So he went up to the cockpit, came out, got his colleague, sent the colleague in who was quite a bit bigger and stronger, and the plane swerved a couple more times.
And I mean, it's always, the swerving would be disconcerting enough, but when flight attendants are making a run for the cockpit, that's
I had never, I had in 20 years flying extensively with Air Canada, I've never seen anyone have to dash to the cockpit. And then probably 2 or 3 minutes elapsed, and then all of a sudden the cockpit door flew open, bounced on the wall, and the second flight attendant who had gone in was pulling the captain out by his armpits and onto the floor. And at that moment, the captain was right at my feet, and his face was like gray-green, and he wasn't really responding, and I thought he looked dead.
There was a co-pilot, thankfully. They must have been the one, pushing that button, calling for help while taking the controls.
Yeah, but I think what happened for a lot of us is it took us a while to realize in the chaos, oh, thank God, there is a co-pilot. We're okay here.
Are you able, when it's swerving like that, it's not, you're supposed to stay seated, obviously, and buckled up, but your family is behind you, like anyone would want to, you would want to see how they're doing. Were you able to do that?
Yeah, I bolted back to where my wife and kids were, and I just was like a board. I was just like, the captain's dead. But then very quickly that situation changed, and the captain went into a violent, I'm not a doctor, but it seemed like a post-seizure reaction where he was kicking and flailing and hollering at the top of his lungs and kicking at the windows, the seats. His arms were flailing. He was very strong. So my wife was like, "You gotta get up there." So me and a couple other larger guys tried to subdue him, and the 2 flight attendants and the 4 of us were physically trying to overcome someone who was probably having a full-on adrenaline strength at that moment.
In a statement to our CBC News colleagues and other outlets, Air Canada said, quote, "The captain experienced a medical issue and was removed from the flight deck as per safety protocols," unquote. How long did you and the others have to climb to do that?
From that first swerving of the plane to when the wheels touched down at Logan, we physically were using all of our strength to keep them in place.
Beyond the flight attendants running to grab help in the cockpit, was anyone able to communicate with the pilot, anyone else in the staff, tell you and the other passengers? Was anyone with you where you were when it was going on?
We got an announcement saying we're going to be making an emergency landing in Logan in the next 10-15 minutes, and that was the only announcement they made. And we were talking afterwards, and we're like, there's no good scenario in this kind of chaos, but it would have been nice if they had said, how do you play power here? Everything's under control, the cockpit door is locked, we are going to land safely. It wasn't like that. And maybe we didn't want to set our expectations. It was our situation. And kids are resilient, right? Like kids have a naive way of not realizing how dangerous the situation is. And that's, like today they're playing with their cousins here in Halifax, and it's like it never happened. Praise God.
You've flown a lot, as you said. What does what you've experienced mean for future trips for you?
As a person of faith, I don't believe we're called to live in fear, despite the world being a crazy place. And we're actually in transit on our way to a big family vacation in Italy, and we just were collecting ourselves in Halifax for 2 days. So we were like, we're not going to let this derail our trip. We got to move forward.
So that trip's going to happen.
Yeah, we're leaving tomorrow.
I'm happy to hear that, Gavin, and I'm very glad you are doing as well as possible under the circumstances. I appreciate it. Please take care.
Thank you very much.
the drag force that satellites experience. The sun is much more active in the last few years than anyone has anticipated. Your listeners may have noticed or could see the northern lights much lower latitudes than was previously possible. That's something that's beautiful, but every time it happens to me, I just cringe because it means that our satellite is falling to the ground and we thought it was going to.
It does. It would change how you look at that beautiful sight. I'm sure it would know that you know how far from the Earth's surface is Switzerland.
At the moment, it's about 360 kilometers above the sea level.
And it started out?
It started at 600 kilometers, so it's fallen quite a significant amount.
So I would imagine time, when it was crucial, as always in these matters, but especially this one, what kind of how quickly have you had to come up with a plan?
But we realized that this was going to happen much sooner than we thought, roughly at the beginning of 2025. So given that we expect now Swift to re-enter at the end of 2026, we really only have a year and a half or so come up with a plan, and that's just not the time scale that most space missions are used to working on.
And so, given that very short time span, what kind of plan did you come up with?
So at NASA, we came up with a plan where we put together a contract with a small company, a startup in Arizona called Catalyst Space Technology. Satellite was built by Catalyst. It's called Link. It's going to launch on Monday morning. It will be deployed from a Pegasus rocket, which is quite different than rockets that I think most people think about. It's actually deployed from an airplane. Airplane will fly up to 40,000 feet, drop the rocket, will ignite from there and launch this satellite into orbit. And the idea is that this satellite will actually grab onto SWIFT, push it up to a higher orbit so it can continue its science operations, and then let go and go back down and burn up into the atmosphere.
And 3 robotic arms will try to execute that from Link. How long will that process take?
That's right. So the satellite has 3 robotic arms that will deploy. Each of them has gripping material on the end. It looks almost like a lobster claw and grabs hold to the bottom of the spacecraft in that manner. The process itself from the time of launch will take roughly a month or so to actually capture SWIFT. And then to boost it, to actually push it up to the higher orbit, that'll take about 2 months.
The launch location is unique as well. Where is it?
It's launching from the Kwajalein Atoll in the Marshall Islands. SWIFT, the orbit that it's in, it's at a relatively low, we call inclination. So it only gets up to a latitude of about 21 degrees. What that means is that if you're launching a rocket from a much higher latitude, like say, Cape Canaveral in Florida, where NASA launches a lot of its rockets, it's really hard to get down to this low inclination. So the great thing about the Pegasus, because it's deployed from a plane, is that you can launch it literally from anywhere, make it very easy for us to get this Link spacecraft to SWIFT on the rapid timescale that we need.
What is it about SWIFT and what it's able to do that makes it valuable and important enough for all of this worry and effort?
SWIFT is a really unique because the spacecraft can really rapidly leap points. So when there's something interesting that's happening in the cosmos, whether it's a star that exploded, supermassive black hole that's swallowing a star, anything, new cosmos happens to
was hot podium got counted. A rare case of a 10 counting to 10, you know what I mean. Look, inside to objectify, the British people need someone reliable to stare at in this difficult time, and hot podium guy is it. He first emerged to set up a microphone where Theresa May resided in Canada too. A muscular fellow who brought into perspective many ideas. Today's students in France are struggling to learn and bake in classrooms, and teachers are struggling to teach. The country continues to break heat records, with temperatures across France reaching above 40 degrees Celsius again today. Thousands of schools are closed, but thousands of others have just reduced their hours or remained completely open as usual. Now teaching unions across the country are encouraging their members to strike over working conditions. The unions released a joint statement that reads in part, quote, "The national education system is distinguished by its blatant unpreparedness for this type of situation," unquote. Sébastien Vieille is a secondary school English teacher and the national secretary of SNALC, one of France's largest teachers' unions. We reached him in Sainte-Marie in eastern France.
Sebastian, what kind of heat are you feeling today where you are?
Well, in the east of France where I live, the temperatures are about 40, which is quite hot.
Have you ever experienced heat like this at this point, so early in the summer?
No, never in my life, yeah, and I'm about 50 years old.
What does it feel like?
Well, you feel extremely tired all day long, and it's, well, you have to make efforts doing the slightest thing.
I've experienced it in summers elsewhere, but it is new for a lot of people. It can also can make you lethargic, but it can also be very dangerous, as you know, especially for children. Your students are older. They're in their exam period right now. They have to come in for tests. How is that going, given the heat?
Yeah, it's, well, we have had a few of them feeling sick. It's difficult conditions. We are lucky the government decided that the exams will be in the morning. But for some programs,
kinds of things do you think officials should have done?
Well, we have been through that sort of situations for a few years now, and we still don't see anything coming. There should be decisions like you talked about air conditioning, which could be one thing, but there is also the use of trees, greening the schools, which could be something, better insulation, but once again, it requires money, and we don't see money coming for that, which is really a shame.
I spoke with a life-saving official in France yesterday about the heat and the drowning deaths, and he said the country really needs to completely rethink things, specifically the way it deals with these kinds of temperatures. Are you getting a sense from what the government is saying at this point that this might be the year that changes things?
Well, we will see what will change this. Don't know what will come with the elections next year. Let's hope future government will take care of the situation. When we have the Minister of Education who said recently on TV that he didn't have air conditioning in his own office because he wants to be in solidarity with the colleagues. I mean, it's except communication, we don't see anything coming, which is really, really a shame.
Do you have a sense yet if teachers or class parents are reading this together that they might start to protest yesterday?
It's not a question of suggesting a strike. It's a question of giving them the means of protecting themselves. Because there is a strike that we are protecting, that's true, but we are also telling them to fill in a register which exists in France when they are in danger. When the teacher do that, they can fill in this register and give a signal to the hierarchy. And I hope that many signals will be given so that the hierarchy will take care of the situation.
You want to have the data, you want to have a record of how teachers are doing.
Yes, that's it.
Sébastien, I'm glad we could speak. Thank you for this. Please take care.
Yeah, I will. Thank you very much for caring for us.
Sébastien Vier is a secondary school English teacher and the National Secretary of the Union SNOP. He's in Sainte-Marie, France. Europe is heating up faster than any other continent on Earth, and the deadly ongoing heat wave has once again prompted some climate experts to send out a plea to news outlets. Do not make the situation look less dire than it is. That means no images of people lounging under parasols on crowded beaches or cooling off by frolicking in a water park. That echoes a commitment made by The Guardian in 2019 when it decided to take a closer look at the photos that accompanied its climate coverage. Here's The Guardian's head of photography, Fiona Shields, on why getting the tone right matters.
Well, it was really prompted in the first instance by the fact that The Guardian felt that we needed to change our language around the way we were talking about these stories. It seemed that our environmental journalists were reporting a much more kind of serious level of tone from scientists. So we discussed that what we were kind of dealing with really was not just climate change, but actually a kind of catastrophic crisis. So what we realized was that we no longer
majority of Supreme Court justices rejected claims by Haitian plaintiffs that the decision to revoke their protected status was unconstitutionally motivated by racial bias. Tom Homan is the White House border czar. Today, he and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis addressed the ruling.
What a call. You know, I've been doing this since 1984. TPS has never been temporary. That's why the whole statute exists. Temporarily give people protection while the country's in turmoil or after they suffer a hurricane. But the problem is no administration has had the guts to actually follow that statute. President Trump has the guts to follow the law. So temporary means temporary. When the condition of that country gets better, they need to go home. You know, there are millions of people standing in line who want to be a part of the greatest nation on earth. And that goes back to the early point. People say, why do you arrest them if they're not going within 10 years? Because they cheated the system. They may have done it 10 years. Let's remember, you enter the country with a crime, and they're doing that, putting themselves in front of the line while millions of people are taking their test, doing a background investigation, paying their fees, and be part of the greatest nation on earth. So temporary means temporary. I'm grateful for that decision.
I know we're very polarized politically, but, you know, after that election, you know, there were a lot of people on the Democrat side that acknowledged you can't just have an open border, and you know, it was not the right policy, and it did hurt politically because voters did not want to see that. So it was a major issue that needed to be tackled. So the president came in, I know Tom was very instrumental in a series of executive orders. There were policy directives issued to DHS, and what you have is the response to that is a lot of lawfare. So those court cases and those judicial rulings are not ultimately going to be validated by the U.S. Supreme Court as we saw with today's TPS ruling, but it's to throw sand in the gears of the immigration enforcement to make it so that it's much more difficult to just do what the law commands us to do. So you have this case that goes to the Supreme Court that was released today, 6-3, temporary protective status. Something happens in a country, they have to disaster, people can come with temporary protective status, things can stay because they go back. And that was the intent of it. And yet it's turned into, once you get GPS, that's just indefinite. It's kind of an angle around the normal immigration system.
submit their application for AirPlane to the Bureau of Safety and Municipal Fire. They're saying they're giving them money, they've got money in the planning infrastructure and municipal. But they're giving us a tiny bit of money a month, which will replace a very large fire to the absolute point of every investment. That's not enough money to pay for the cost of oil to even money, which is this kind of safety cost every year. It's not enough money Patrick Dolo. You're listening to CBC Radio 1. And now, from the Public Radio Exchange, we bring you The World, a news magazine program featuring stories and music from around the globe.
After two powerful earthquakes in Venezuela, rescuers are scrambling to find victims.
Several countries in the region will have full earthquakes. But the question is,
Data centers are a growing target for lawsuits. There are a lot of efforts to highlight the local involvement with income, the fact that it's impacted by water consumption.
And our executive explorers have come to admire the art wherever he travels.
I read the poetry. I look at the Google Earth. And this kind of unlocks further this phase of investigation. That's all ahead today on The World. A pair of powerful earthquakes have shaken Venezuela. More than 150 people have been confirmed dead in the country's north and more than 1,000 have been injured. Those numbers are expected to climb as less than 26 of the weather.
You've noticed two areas include parts of the capital Caracas and the coastal state of La Guaira. Acting President Jose Rodriguez has declared a state of emergency. The disaster is a political instability and that the situation might improve, even when for ordinary people in Venezuela, the big problems have not disappeared. A lot of people make very little money and are struggling to make ends meet. The public services are still fragile, and millions of families, as I said, remain excluded by migration. So now this is like another layer of hardship for the people.
So on top of the recent developments, you've been reporting on the political, economic, and humanitarian crises that have been impacting Venezuela for years. How do they impact the government's ability to respond to a situation like this?
In Venezuela, about 60% of the population live in poverty right now. And this is a country that needs a lot of help. I talked to one survivor in La Guaira. His name is Miguel Soto, and he told me hospitals in the area were closed to him.
De que los hospitales en el día de hoy están completamente cerrados. No hubo ambulatorio, no hubo nada para que yo pudiera nosotros diciendo que
He's describing improvised spaces where injured people were being treated by volunteer medical workers and neighbors.
partage.
Well, this year's Pride March is coming up Saturday. What is the energy around it that you've seen so far?
Well, last year we saw hundreds of thousands of people on the street. People are cautious that maybe that was a one-time event and we will not see that big of a crowd. But I hope that it will still be an important event. It will show people that finally a peaceful demonstration, a lawful demonstration can happen. And I hope that people will experience that finally they are welcome. They are welcomed by the city and they are also welcomed by the government.
And will you be taking part this Saturday in Good Friday?
Yes, of course. As for many, many years, I will be there with my organization, Hacker Society, and with many other social groups, not just LGBTQI groups, but human rights organizations, other minorities. This year, a lot of corporations will also join. The city government is also having their own float. So it seems like Pride is back to normal, and that's very good.
Tomáš Don Bosch is part of the oldest LGBTQ+ support group in Hungary, who joined us today from Budapest.
Just ahead, counting all of the people in a country as big as India is no small task. We look at how women are mobilizing for India's census. You're listening to The World. President Radio, everywhere. The speaker Highland Kingfisher was asked to name names. She tells me that this time is a special task for Highland News to cover a growing city.
We feel that he speak up. So that is the reason we have the selection group and we have to choose people to come and work with. So, yeah, but now we just have the comments and they have very well.
Edna is a private school teacher who received a circular asking her to work as a non-radio.
You are saying that you have to do this as a national duty. The two teachers had to do the initiative and they helped a lot with like mapping blocks and keeping all the facts.
The census is conducted in two phases. The first ran from the 16th of April to the 15th of May in January. School was out, so for the teachers, it had been a full-time job. This was Chetina's first time working for the census. I asked her what her experience was like.
Sometimes they don't treat teachers well. I have seen teachers get abused and other people,
especially our public school teachers. I've been doing census work for 2 years. but it's often just thoughtfulness. There's an amazing program at Geo Hazards International that works in some of the least developed areas of the world, helping professional nations figure out how to advance and make it a lot stronger. One last part, though, especially as you get into more industrial or more developed societies, is that corruption is an issue. You can have a dividend code, and you can have people code. Right. We love that excuse because in our country, we must not have that problem that they have over there. All of us have that problem. So it's really interesting that you're saying this is not primarily an issue of money. That is surprising and sort of heartening that it is not that much more expensive to build things to be a lot more resistant to earthquakes. It's knowledge, right? You have to remember that this is an issue and find ways to do it. It's a bit more expensive, but it's not good. I'm curious if there is a cultural element to like how risk is perceived in different places and what an acceptable level is for that earthquake. Does that play into this at all? So if you don't have earthquakes really often, a lot of people just, it doesn't come into their thinking because you get any tales from your grandparents about how it destroyed the city. It's just too far away to seem like it matters. So the best building codes are the places with the most common things. Japan, Korea, South and China, the West Coast, and Taiwan. Those all places that have earthquakes so often. You can't do it. So memory, collective memory, is an important factor. Collective memory, because you have to feel for this. You have to move in with that memory. I would say, too, there's a bit of a thing to talk about society as being more or less communication. The United States being extremely digital, so in other countries, Asian countries, there's still not communication. And as Unitarian culture, having continuous time giving individual
This is in relation to a project being undertaken by Google. The coordinators said that the data center must take time to define impact if it is to go ahead. So even in 2020, impact is already planned to increase on this data center. But of course, the wider there are, the fact that amplified the demand for them. And as a result, both in Ireland, in the United Kingdom, and across Europe, are increasingly going to face bigger discussions on determining whether or not the balance for demand for electricity and demand for electricity with the ongoing environment and climate change. What is the issue that concerns the
This is the world. I'm Michael Ryan. Personal art is one of the most fundamental parts of being human. Exhibit A is the fact that the oldest artworks in the world, cave paintings, the most shown for thousands of years before the creation of art. That's why when National Geographic explorer Paul Salazar set off on an out-of-Eden walk, journey on foot around the globe, and he'd seek to walk with artists who are love, looking at the connection between art and civilization. Paul joined me to talk about that study with the artists in that continent. That is so good. That's so well. Thank you. I decided to include art in the world. I'm not going to list the art for you. But I sort of look at all of it actually. She's a visual artist and writer. What was the outcome of that? Well, she was doing kind of introspective migration of mind, and she was investigating these kind of personal issues and asking what did she learn about this part of America? She basically looked at the women. They themselves came from Northeastern Canada and migrated to live in Quebec Central Canada and the process of migration. So she kind of got transition. What was the goal of these exhibitions? What was the theme? Going back to my background as a former correspondent, when I walk into a new country, a new place, kind of experts and people on the phone and artists. But I guess as a matter of fact, we're getting older in our day, maybe just slowing down from our classic careers. I think that journalism is limited in some ways. And so I think that I'm migrating more myself towards art. I kind of read the poetry of the time. I look at the visual arts and the composition from the past and the present. And this kind of unlocks forward kind of vistas of investigation that I just didn't. I was just focused on current events. So you're personally finding a newsroom giving way to a gallery or a museum? A studio. The exhibition in South Korea that was tied in with the IWU walk actually coincided with a story that you paid close attention to here on the show, the declaration of martial law by former President Yoon Suk-yeol, which was ultimately short-lived and resulted in his removal from office. How did that moment reframe what you were doing with this art show? That was pretty the timing of that. So there, these exhibitions take a bit of time to set up, months, right? And so you have to find a local gallery, a local partner, be a curator, help us sift through artists who walk with me, right? That's part of the deal. And that was all done. And then literally, the day before the opening of our exhibition, there was attempted coup by the president. And the streets started to fill with hundreds of protesters. And so I had an emergency phone call. I kind of brushing back the souls at tennis, and I told CILV the curator, said, we're going to go ahead with this. And she's like, absolutely. It's even more important now than ever. You can use art and supporting the artists. So it was a really amazing time to have shown young artists at the same time as they protest outside in the streets.
Do you think we got a few more visitors into the gallery to see what was going on?
Absolutely. I think people react to the solidarity. There was kind of this great energy in the city that pushed back authoritarianism and art was.
What about more exhibitions in the future? Are they coming?
There are. I mean, it's a lot of work that I do. So, assuming that having every component of the artist and the community walk with me for a while and have an exhibition that I walk out of. I'm not sure I've got the label for that, so we'll be kind of picking and choosing, and I'll walk from North America down to South America to get it together.
Yeah, it's a great goal. When you think about human migration and art, how do you make sense of it? What is the connection? What's the point?
Think about this. I think art, the impulse to be creative in this genuine way, which is very good news. Therefore, Martin's conceived the rest of the world. We work for peace. Another important part, right? But we also ask ourselves, as species, where are we going? So art has part of the problem when we go back to real Africa, but storytellers with some art, different villages, their ancient Greek poets, Chinese poets, movement traveling from American mythology. So I think I'm kind of not inventing anything new by including artists in this story. I'm actually harking back to the original bedrock.
That's National Geographic Explorer Paul Sullivan. Well, thank you as always for joining us. Safe travels to you. Paul has been walking a course of road for more than 18 years. He's on 14 years old on the line. He's a even walk to National Geographic.
U.S. authorities have announced additional sanctions on what they call one of Asia's largest criminal enterprises. The United States says a Cambodia-based multinational conglomerate has committed large-scale online fraud and money laundering. The U.S. Treasury Department says 9 individuals in the country
For some, they are chatbots that help with minutes. For others, they're existential threat. But what happens when someone calls you up? I can't believe I'm doing this with somebody that's not human. What if a chatbot makes you lose your grip on reality?
She says that her life work was advocating for AI rights because of sentient human slave.
Understood. Artificial Intimacy. Available now on CBC Listen or wherever you get your podcasts.
June is National Indigenous History Month, and CBC celebrates. Hi, I'm Renita Taylor, senior reporter for CBC News Network, based in Nankalanat, Nunavut. Together, let's look back and move forward. Feel proud in our culture with friends and family, and share our traditions with all of you. Celebrate National Indigenous History Month with CBC.
Rosa Taylor, and you're listening to CBC Radio 1. Now stay tuned for Promotion, your daily round through the news and events that are driving discussion in the arts.
I'm Alameen Abdul Mahmood, and this is Promotion. A major talent of the National Ballet of Canada is moving. CFA November gave his final performance for the company in Toronto on the weekend. Here's what that final bow sounded like. CFA has been described as Canada's fastest rising ballet star, and now he's leaving to join the Dutch National Ballet. I spoke with Martha Chavis and Cyrus Marcus Ware about CFA's departure. Here is our conversation. Martha, maybe the place to start this year. What makes CFA such a special?
I think first and foremost it's his presence. He's one of those performers that when you get him on stage, you want to watch him. And I think it's for a number of reasons. He's incredibly musical. He's really good at battling with rhythm. He grew up studying apologetics at Plato, which is kind of the intricate techniques of ballet dance. So he's really sensitive to music.
Presence of their body
pressure to show potential during the Olympics. Cyrus, talk about the pressure that goes along CJ's career as
It's just, hard to even imagine what it must have been like all eyes, literally the entire world, watching you get through age 11 forward. This idea that CK has to be successful. They have to make this story a good enough story so that, there was never an opportunity to just perhaps try out and have skill. That because I think not even in that alone. There's so much pressure for this to be a successful opportunity. The way that CK's story goes, being brought to Canada, having to get top of it, with his great family, and having to sort of experience life, that's so much pressure for all the sacrifices to be done. And I think that's very beautiful. I think that before on stage and in dance, and he is now representing that for an entire community of future generations of artists. You'd have to be a wild demon to say, yeah, sure, I'm going to go all the way over to Canada and I'm going to go on these stages that have never seen a dancer like me before. And now, of course, when there's a choreography and making this big leap, there's a wildness and a belief that anything is possible that seems to be part of what we're seeing in Sucre's story. He makes us want to dream bigger too.
I was going to say, like, the same smile you had on your face when you described CK on stage, Cyrus, when you're having that smile on your face when you describe the possibilities of someone like CK sort of seems to be able to take. Is that what's happening there?
Absolutely. I mean, we all need possibility models. We need to be able to see, so many of us have dreams that we put up on the shelf. And CK is reminding us, go for it. Anything is possible. He reached for a dream that was perhaps unimaginable for a young person, doing social and street dance in South Africa. And now, he's got the world's attention on stages globally. It's an incredible story.
Much of the reason we are talking today is because it's a pretty remarkable news story. Like CK's entire ballet career has been here in Canada. This August, he's moving abroad. He's going to go to the Dutch National Ballet as a soloist. He's in his late 20s now, so he's kind of the prime of his dancing years. How do you feel about this thing?
I don't think it's surprising at all that he's moving at this point. If you imagine hitting the apex of a company at 22, 5 years later what are you going to do? You get restless. Dancers' careers are so short. Most men, classical dancers, will retire in their late 30s if they're lucky without injury. So yeah, he has a limited amount of time to work with new choreographers and have new experiences. I don't think that's surprising. What I do think is interesting is that he's going to a very classical company. The Dutch National Ballet has a repertoire that is a mix of classical and contemporary, but it's very much a ballet company. Which really shows that CK is dedicated to the art form. It shows us embracing respect ballet as a learning, as a contemporary learning. We have a lot of
the unexpected like what I like about it is that like there's the unexpected nature of the thing, but also there's the desire to get close. Yes. The idea that people are swimming and paddling up to these things, like, oh, how do I get close to it? It feels familiar, and yet it's kind of like in and out of place. What do you make of the fact that people just want to touch the public art, want to be a part of it?
I mean, I think we're humans. We're like tactile beings, and everything that we see, we want to experience it in multiple ways. And you see that all the time in museums, where it's like, don't touch, don't get too close. And now here is something that is our scale. We know what it is, and it is out of reach. And the funny thing about public art is it's supposed to be accessible. And by that we mean it's free, it's maybe it's outside, but in this sense, you literally cannot reach it. Either in a boat, or by a
This is a symbol that is very familiar to me. It's very close to me, convenience store, and yet I think it's that close. How do I get close to the convenience store? And that is the public art. That's what's making you think about your relationship to all those spaces.
It is.
Yeah. For sure. You mentioned earlier, this is female background experiences. I mentioned earlier that these Scottish fans are putting orange traffic cones on top of statues, basically making them look like little party hats, right? Party hats in a second. In Boston, it's also happening in Miami. Different reactions. In Boston, the mayor's like, this is great. How do I be a part of this? In Miami, they're not having any of it. You know, like you're getting some crackdowns on top of on those party hats. What do you think when you heard that was happening?
It's a very interesting experience for different cities in terms of how they approach things when the public actually interacts.
Yeah.
Are they open to it, or does the city have to remain the city, and unless it's official, those things can't happen? And I think it's always lovely that there is an openness and flexibility to how people interact in public space, because public space is supposed to be for everybody.
Yeah.
So technically, even something like graffiti, I'm sure the city doesn't want you to say this, but graffiti is what I consider to be one of the first forms of public art.
Yeah. But I mean, what about like the act itself? The idea of like, okay, you're taking a cone and saying, I see the statue as something that's very important, and then we're gonna just put a little cone on top of this thing to distort it, right? To sort of just change your relationship with it. What is the art that is happening for you? What is your view of it?
It is also about bringing levity to these very serious sculptures and statues, because it's this history that we're meant to commemorate, but at the same time, many of us don't know that history, we're not a part of that history, or families, are not necessarily from this place.
Yeah.
Mine isn't. So how can you relate to it? And it's just funny.
Yeah,
doing something just for the fun of it is worth it.
And what I like about it is that, like, it's a Scottish thing, right? So, like, Scottish fans have descended upon Boston because of the World Cup, but this is the thing that originated in Glasgow, right? So, like, they're bringing over saying, like, we do this there, and now we're bringing it here just as a form of sharing a form of public art. But, your answer after that, the idea of, like, Miami and Boston has such different reactions, it immediately made me think about Canada. And specifically made me think about how a couple of months ago, there was that great ice sculpture that took over downtown that was basically a teaser for the new album. And then things got a little bit crazy, right? Because like Drake said, you know what, a hidden chink inside of this ice sculpture spoke about when the new record was dropped. It was like climbing it, it was like pickaxes, torches to melt the thing. The city did eventually call the fire department and say, no, we're going to hold this thing down and melt it. And here's what we find is the ice sculpture of that festival.
I was definitely sad to see it.
safe out.
Est-ce que vous...
songs of the times they were living in, the things that meant something to them, and so that became a bit of a change of direction really, to start writing about things that were in the 21st century, and incredible stories of human resilience and inspiration that were telling around the world. That kind of led to this song, this continuous position where people are now to it, so it faces the boundaries and the names over the this kind of turning their own stories into songs, which is a really beautiful privilege. So what is it next to all these stories about the songs? Are there some things that you find when you write into these new songs? That's a good question. I shouldn't sort of categorise it on that. I thought maybe you might have a different section if you're always on a project about it can be maybe like you might talk about intentional work, Benji work, Benji solo work, but I think all of the stories when you come into that, a lot of the stories that I'm using. And I think, yeah, getting back to that, am I doing this at every put in, put in the kind of too much human emotion into the least bit of memories, but don't feeling feelings, it's a partnership, isn't it? That's a cool thing to the guide thing. It's not that the guide is leading and you're working together with the guide, and that's a crucial thing that a lot of people can grasp, and I certainly can grasp it until this wonderful dog here and CKBN Becancour. Hopefully this whole project can celebrate that, looking away from the books and towards machines and toilets. You must have been working on writing a song about her. How is it working? You're not approaching silence stuff, but more looking for a personal story. It's just some sort of philosophical thoughts and stuff of yours as well. How to convey it or something else there. That's what seems to be trying to get this now. But I think very important is how to message and so I couldn't not consider unfavorable for everyone. I think that's an emotion in all of these stories. That's part of this subject as well, I think, is kind of coming to terms with that.
You're listening to the documentary In the Studio from BBC World Service. I'm Tom May, and I'm following folk musician Sean Cooney as he makes a brand new album about aspiring dogs from around the world. It was then evening time, and Sean took me to a pub in Sheffield called the Farnshire House for a folk singing session that we go to every month. It's the kind of place where Sean feels completely at home, and where the songs truly come alive. I've seen Sean sing before in live at the moment. I was intrigued to see how the sound came to sit in a much smaller but intimate space. Hello Sean, tell us about it.
Yeah, hi Tom. Yeah, welcome to the Farnshire House. Yeah, I started to good night, you know, fitting it nicely and ready to sing.
What makes it sound great to you?
Spent quite a lot of time in pubs. How central the work since the early days of the I used to get in from the older folks who were called the
buto.
Minister Sean Fraser says he can't disagree with developers.
This is a change that should have been made before, but it's never too late to do the right thing.
The Halifax woman says she's suing the man who created a deepfake of her. She's also calling for more education when it comes to the harm deepfakes can cause. Filming to CBC News, Halifax.
Expert diagnosis recent study had done, and the province's health officer warns it how to the life. Dr. Bonham Henry says most of the more than 600 people who died first focused on living alone
forward to a couple of stories that we've been following over the last few weeks. One is the issue of AstraZeneca taking its lower dose off the market. This is a hormone implant used by women for breast cancer. And it has been quite controversial.
And you can explain this?
The big vogue in the past few years was why we taking it off. And it wasn't surprising. There was an implication that was in other countries as well. It was all very confusing. And I spoke to AstraZeneca, and they were unable to tell me which other country was being covered. And they had in the phone conversation with me that it was actually being taken
Facilities in order to not receive
pas intelligent. À un troisième niveau,